light's so bright. Like, listen, I don't know what it is with me lately other than being prone to migraines and migraines being triggered by light, but I've been rocking the shades all day, all week, day and night, don't care. All the lights feel too bright no matter what kind of light it is. By next week, I'll probably be basking in not only sunlight, but any kind of artificial light as well. So, give and take, ebb and flow. Anyways, no plans for the evening. We'll get into it after the first ad break. Let's go. Okay, so I was just rolling ads because there's no one here. So if you can hear me, you are either a sub or watching replay or something broken. Congratulations. How's my sound? Is it good? I always forget to check lately. I just want to sing all day long. Everybody will help you. Some people are very kind. But I will save you time. Damn, it's embarrassing how many times I listened to that song. It's still like, wait, what are the words again? I literally just drew them all on my face and then made my face gray and then had to shower like 20 minutes before I started my stream. That's an exaggeration. Um, that's crazy. Okay, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll be back. Oh, I got a little into the song that I've been listening to on repeat for 2 days. Sucks you gotta go. Hopefully I'll see you later. Probably am gonna do tarot because I actually think talking is more exhausting than tarot sometimes. But if you'll be back in 10, I'm gonna just sit to talk to myself then. So today was interesting. Today was so fucking interesting. Um, because I didn't sleep and it was definitely just an incident or an accident that I didn't sleep. I tried, and it was just one of those things where I was like, no, I'm gonna go walk to a graveyard. Why did I? I didn't even wake up with that thought because I never went to sleep. But around the time where daywalkers wake up, I had the thought to go do that. I didn't because it was a blizzard out, but I definitely thought about it. I still want to do it. It's just so damn cold. And I always felt like maybe it was disrespectful to just like hang out in cemeteries, right? But then I realized, like, damn, I'm a necromancer. If it bothered anybody, like the dead people, they could just tell me. And so far, so good. You know, they're like, no, you're chill. One of them told me, doesn't matter. I'm not going to say anything on here because it would be so. So I didn't do that. But then I got to see my best friends. My best friend and her mom, really. No, they're both my best friends. But got this. Got hit on by like a pretty like a such a cutie pie, but just so young. And it's like, yes, flattered that like young people actually like me because I feel like it's so easy to become out of touch, especially as a millennial. It's the same with on the stream. I noticed like a lot of people who watch my stream are like kind of younger, the 18 to 21 crowd. I thought it was 21 and up, honestly, but I'm not gonna kick y'all out. We're not doing too much on here. Yeah. So it's like flattering that you accept me for who I am, but also, no, thank you. I would rather be with someone with the audacity to not, right? uh, but it's a moment. I love when that happens. And it kind of happens a lot when I go to coffee shops. I'm just thinking, no, what was that? Chaotic masculine energy is what that was. I am basically in my premenstrual week, a few days out of that, right? Like 9 days. And sometimes the premenstrual dysphoria symptoms will start, I don't know, 14 days. It depends on how long I ovulate or how long after my last period I ovulate. So sometimes it can last for like 14 days where I'm just like, is this the Matrix? Does everybody hate me? I actually do want to, how do I want to die? You know what I'm saying? So that kind of nonsense can last up to 2 weeks. But didn't start seeing signs till like day 11 days out, I should say. And they've been not that bad. I've been looking really good. I washed my hair and now I'm having a good hair day. And it's like, damn, I thought this is when I was supposed to get dysmorphia, not euphoria. What the fuck? But then I'm like, wow, if I listen, if this is me when my estrogen levels are low and my testosterone levels are high, I am just saying that you boys are lucky that I haven't transitioned. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it. I'm not going to talk about it myself anymore. But that chaotic testy brain, man, it's real. It does make me, it far from makes me empathize with men, but it does help me to understand them, at least. To know when I am hormonally fluctuating myself because they have different ratios, you know what I mean? Different cycles. So that's cool. So that's it's been my day. I took like a 2-hour nap. So I've slept for like 2 hours in the past, like I've lost count. 30 is this like 36 hours now? I don't know. I might always kind of know the time, but I don't always know how to measure it, right? Rarely ever know the date. Curse of being a time traveler. You're just always like, what day is it? What's up, lurkers? How you doing tonight? I almost like, no, I was gonna say something and then it's like, don't curse yourself. It's not even true. It was like kind of a moment. I would take lurkers over trolls any day of the week. I also was looking at this notebook with some really disturbing stuff in it, all by me, of course. It's a sketchbook. I shouldn't call it a notebook. And I'm so excited about it. I was like, maybe I'll stream art because I want to color this thing. But then I'm like, I don't know. If I really feel like doing it, I think I'm a little too all over the place to do it. Which, yeah, I think talking to myself for 10 minutes straight is honestly impressive. It's honestly impressive. Everybody will help you. Maybe I should have done slow, it's quiet. Everybody wants me to do tarot all the time. Well, yeah, when you use the tarot category, you probably should. It's funny because I feel like I am. It appears that I have a lot of energy, but it is in fact fumes that I run on rather than actual energy. Maybe I'll stream some art though. Maybe I won't stream at all. Maybe the fact that it's this quiet 10 minutes in is a sign that I don't even need to be streaming right now. Or to just run a bunch of ads. Who knew? Come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. I'm obsessed with this song right now. I can't stop playing it. It's like a song I've known since I was like 14 years old. I've probably heard it so many times and didn't even think twice, blink twice, because I was so caught up with all those other songs that are amazing that Nico does with Velvet Underground. Fair. Totally fair. But now, why have I played it? Probably like, I honestly wonder if there's like a way to look at how many times I've played it in the past 2 days. I'm guessing at least 50. It's a very short song. It is 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So if it's on repeat, if a lot plays a lot fast. You know what I'm saying? It's not like listening to a 7-minute long song on repeat. That's like listening to a whole album, basically. So, I do really think I'm funny. Somebody put me on the spot. Like, what do you find humorous? And the only solid answer that I could truly come up with was like myself. I feel like I'm the only one who gets my sense of humor, so it's like the only thing I find funny because it's like an inside joke. Yeah, with me, but I'm my other best friend. So, anyways, it's just a babbling night till if somebody wants me to do a specific kind of reading. I've been saving the bulk of it for the new year. It's like not until March 20th, 19th, I guess. And we have Valentine's Day coming up in like 2 weeks. So I don't know if that means we like lead in with a bunch of love readings because we did a love reading the other night and just don't want to do anything. And I have a new deck, but whenever I'm gifted a deck, I got to do a reading for the person who gifted me the deck before I do a reading for anyone else, and streaming counts. So I'm excited to try that, but not enough to actually get it done. So there's that. The Cosmic Deck of Initiation feels good for this time of year, but also I feel like we just like did so many of them back to back to back to back. Thoth deck, I was gonna hold off. Halloween Oracle was kind of on my mind today because I feel like when I do one night of channeled messages, it makes me want to do every night channeled messages, basically. So I could see myself doing the Halloween Oracle. I've been thinking about Frank Zappa and Nico all the time. I think Nico's one of my besties now. So one of my besties is dead, the other one's 3, and the other one's me. So I'm happy. I'm sure I've got like regular adult besties too, but it is what it is. Once again, I think I'm humorous. I don't even hate this energy because it is entertaining to me, but like that's the problem is it's like I know I come off like a total raging fuckboy at this time of month. Sucks, bro. A confident one at that, and I'm supposed to be running the Fuckboy Academy Recovery boot camp. Failing. You know? It's almost worse than like the fucking suicidal depression. No, it's not. I mean, it's not. I guess that's why I embrace every version of me, is because like, oh yeah, it definitely gets worse than fucking cocky asshole dude. That's for sure. So yeah, I'm not really called to do anything. No one's really showing up. Maybe it really was just bad energy, or it's because it started so late, or it's because I haven't slept and the universe was like, bro, you're just be tired, and I'm like, but I'm not. If I was tired, I probably would have slept, right? That's kind of how that works. Well, yeah. So if only I could stop babbling so much. It's almost like the stream is borderline embarrassing, but my whole vibe today was borderline embarrassing. I still got hit on and treated really kindly. So obviously, Me Unhinged has its appeal to a certain crowd, and I love and respect all my niche audiences. Brava. So I'm gonna roll another ad and then maybe even just call it on the stream. This was like the goofiest shit ever. Maybe if I pick a deck, think of a deck, or want to pull a deck, I'll just pull some cards before I go. That makes the most sense. but there's just like no reason to do any of it. Like I just don't feel that need to do it. I might also switch over to art, but it's boring to watch me do art on here because you can't see anything. So might just we'll see. We'll see. So I'll see you in 3. Okay, so in conclusion, it's all inconclusive. I think that I'm just gonna go spend some time doing all this other stuff just like by myself, not streaming. It had been a few days. I know I usually stream Sunday nights, and then I also usually stream Monday nights. So I was like, all right, missing Sunday. Let's do Monday, but it's fucking dead on here, and not in a fucking grateful or a necromancy way. So I just wanted to say easy for reading. I don't even want to do it. I might even just delete this stream, but honestly, it's good for the research. It's good for when I'm like trying to describe the way I'm so different every week to week in my cycle. That this is what it's like to be 10 days away in between a flux of things where coming down off ovulation, going into existential dread with blood and cramps, and being in that euphoric time in between where you don't identify anymore as the female you were assigned at birth, but rather fuckboy brain. It's pretty interesting, to say the least. Everybody will help you. All right, I figured it out. And I'm going to be honest, I kind of knew what it was, but I didn't understand why. I was looking at my demon deck, and I was very much like, if I did any of them, it would be the demon deck because it's simple. It's easy, it's straightforward. They're easy to talk. They talk to me. I don't have to interpret what they are saying. They just tell me stuff. But I was like, I don't want to do a financial forecast until the new year. But then I remembered. Karmics. I think it's a karmic night. I think some things need to be addressed karmically. I think we did a soulmate reading the other night, right? And then we did the mystery deck, which is like a little bit of twin flame reading the past couple weeks, correct? So I think the only solution is to do the demon deck for karmic relations connections rather than financial and economic forecasts. So we also have still in this uninterrupted hour 55 minutes left. So if you're just joining me, welcome. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's so quiet tonight. I also don't want to freak you out. Feel free to leave before it gets too intense because I myself am intense. But a whole lot of fucking fun at the same time. So we're gonna do some demons tonight. Okay. And because we're about to do some tarot, I'm gonna switch screens so we indicate when I'm just chatting, it's pink, big view, and when it's tarot, it's turquoise, little view. But I also need to get this demon book out from under my microphone, so to avoid, I'm just going to hold one moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I realized about the book, couldn't have cardboard. It's like a whole thing. Maybe someday, guys, will see behind the scenes, backstage in the studio. I'm a clown. I'm in my clown core era. Look out for me at kids' birthdays parties this spring, maybe. Adult parties available. As I do, I have a pretty dark sense of humor. It's like kind of don't ask because I don't have any answers yet, but it is a real thing. Because my brain's working slow. Because testosterone makes you stupid. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if that's true, but it could be. It would make sense if it did slow down your rate of thinking and stuff. So, yeah, I feel very ineffective today. I'll just say it. I'll be honest. I feel ineffective today. I caught my reflection at the pharmacy store today. I kind of scared myself. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. I saw like full body fucking reflection, and I was like, "Ma'am, you look insane. This is what the people like, though." And this deck is upside down. So, all right. When it comes to the demon cards, I feel like for a long time I did not acknowledge reversals at all. But since I started doing, well, just more tarot in general and using them more and trusting them more and branching out more, I feel like we do reversals. She said do. We get it. But I was holding the deck upside down, so I don't know if that counts. And this seems like a lot of demons. So honestly, I think they're going to have to all go back in upon this realization that I was holding the deck upside down, and we got to try again. And if it was really important, they'll come back out because it was like a lot. Anyway, this is my demon deck. If you're new here, welcome, I guess. Feel free to talk to me. It's like, oh, I've been pretty much chit-chat with myself the last 25 minutes, which is fine. I can keep doing that. And also, I don't like being interrupted when I'm doing readings anyway, so you're probably right to just lurk silently in the distance. So the Demon Tarot is, I would really call it Oracle, but it's called Tarot. And I just read it straight from the book, but we usually get some pretty good interpretations because I feel quite connected to my demons, as many of them have work for me, or at least make deals with me. So nothing to be afraid of with demons. I understand that Catholicism makes everything the same thing because they're too lazy to really identify amongst any of them. But I was just thinking about how interesting how many of these cards are like so common, and how one of these came out upside down anyways, and how we're doing karmic relations right now, karmic connections. Damn, I know I was talking about something else. These demons, yeah. So people get lazy and they like to be like, oh, Satan's a demon. No, he's not. He's a dragonite, or whatever the fuck they're called. He's like this descendant of dragons. Or like Lucifer is a demon. But the devil isn't Lucifer, because the devil's not a demon and Lucifer's a demon. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like Christianity, it was so vague. I do say Catholic because from what I understand, a lot of sects of Christianity don't actually even believe in heaven and hell. So I feel like Catholics are who made it messy. And we're like, oh, Satanists are the enemy. And it's like, dude, I really feel like y'all misinterpreted that story. I really feel like y'all misinterpret what heaven and hell is. God's got creation operations upstairs. Lucifer has afterlife parties, afterlife after parties in the basement. Is there a prison down there for people who are really fucked up and heinous? Absolutely. Does he put petty criminals in eternal prison? No, who said that? And anyway, it does feel like, hey, my sub, sorry, I'm in a mood today. I'm a total fuckboy space cadet. So Lucifer really was employed or appointed by God. I don't know why everybody assumes they're enemies. God put him there for a reason. He trusted Lucifer to be in charge of the prison and all of the underworld. That's like, how is that an insult? How is that a bad thing? How is that not an equal power situation? It's just one of those things. So, like, devils probably should be avoided, but demons, kind of rad. Demons are fucking rad. Some of them really are icky energy, but one came to mind, and I don't want to say who, because I literally just try to just, whatever. It feels wrong that I wouldn't be aligned with him, but I know why I'm not, so. Yeah, so it's very few demons here and there that are, like, bad. Yeah, dude, he posts all kind of parties. That's what I'm saying. It's not just a torture prison. And that's what, like, everyone thinks of as hell or the underworld. Like, you really think that, like, smoking weed gets you on a list for eternal damnation? You really think that an abortion, when there are so many, like, dead mothers missing their children who would love to hold a baby again, it's not a big deal. You send it back in. That's kind of a whole thing. You just got to make sure that your karmic retribution is tied up, squared off, so you can make your own decisions. Otherwise, you are going to be sentenced to whatever your sentence is. You know, it's light sentencing for people. Right. So when you abort a baby, you are just giving a deceased mother another chance at motherhood until her own children die. Is it too? Did I take it to a sub level? Was it like was that low vibrational? Because I think it's beautiful. I do. I think it's beautiful. Was it too extreme though? Be honest. I feel like it's a great positive way to view things like that, because everybody dies and we gotta stop, like, walking on fucking eggshells when it's really broken glass. So we've got a good amount of demons on the table, and they don't feel so jumpy. I feel like they always are so happy to be heard, and they always have a really hard time kind of, like, I don't want to say shutting the fuck up, but a little bit they do have a hard time shutting the fuck up. Like, that's why I don't use this deck very much, because I feel like every time I take them out, I never know when to stop, because they just don't stop until they're told to stop. That's kind of how demons are, and that's why when I said earlier they work for me or whatever, they're like servants. They get the zoomies. They do. It's so cute though. They just want to come do stuff for you. You know, the most, I hate that I'm making this reference, because hate all fucking turfs, right? Football or feminist, I fucking hate turfs. That's amazing. Clip that. I don't know. Listen. I'm a fucking goofy ball today, okay? A goofy ball fuckboy. Supreme. The demons get zoomies. They love to do stuff for people. They do remind me the most of fucking house elves from Harry Potter. I feel like that's a great way, or a great energy comparison. Look at this one that just came out when I said that. Does he not look like one of them house elves? And granted, not all demons look like that. In fact, like, a lot of them don't. A lot of them are very, like, animal-based, but that's just because there's different species, but they have the same kind of energy, a lot of them. Some of them are in higher positions of power, and they, like, don't have to do their servitude anymore. But some of them serve for life because it's their choice to. Because you can have voluntary repentance. That's usually how you get a job down there, like, as a demon. Voluntary repentance rather than a lifetime of punishments. So they love to be heard, and I love working with them. They are goofy goobers just like me, such cuties, and they have always looked out for me. Like, anytime I've lived alone, or even when I lived with people, but was alone, because I struggled depending on where I'm at my cycle and how my mental health is because of where I'm at my cycle, it's not good for me to be alone. So when I would be alone, they kind of, like, they'll just step up and they'll start doing stuff. They'll, like, tap on the glass and make sure I remember to turn the lights off or whatever. I literally do not have the slightest clue of what you're talking about. You lost me at Vivzy? And, didn't find me at Has Been? I don't know what are we talking about? Do I know them? Do I know you? I'm confused. I don't know. Created a what hotel? Oh, it sounds good. Yeah, I'd watch that. Fuck yeah. Super Fuckers! That was on YouTube once upon a time when YouTube wasn't actual TV and they just had TV shows on YouTube. Frederator Network was the tits. This is starting to get too many demons, but you know what? This is all I got planned tonight is these damn fucking karmic readings. And you are pretty much the only person here and talking to me. So, cool for you, I guess. Cool for me. Because the alternative is just talking to myself. But this is plenty of demons. I need to start reading them. So, without further ado. Look at, I cut the deck and Lucifer was right there. And I just was like, oh, I'm going to put it away, but I'm going to look at it. It's fucking Lucifer. He's like, thank y'all for the fucking jewels, Azazel, Alan. I'm seeing like there's just so many presences in this, and I kind of want to honor all of these, which is crazy. This might actually take a long time to get through all these, because you think like, oh, it's just reading out of the book. You'd think it'd go faster. I love that. That's really goofy and fun. But sometimes we do throw in like a number of interpretations for these readings, so I'm gonna honor as many as I can. And now since I put the deck down, hopefully they just kind of be quiet. And because I'm letting so many of them talk, maybe they'll be good. They're like, well, better let us all out then. Everybody will help you. Some people are very kind, but if I could save you time, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. I don't even care how I sound is the thing. I'm enjoying it. That cracks me up when I'll be like in this phase. What do you mean? I always think it sounds really good when I'm like in my deep man voice, and then I listen back and it's usually like, oh my god, you're just like screaming right now. It does not sound as good as it does in your own ears. Everybody will help you. But that's the lyrics of that song. It's like, God, it's cute. I love that song so much. I think I've listened to it at least 50 times in the past 2 days, if not like double that. I mean, you could probably double that, and I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's just round repeat. Okay. I got a bunch of demons on this table right now. Like a bunch of them. A bunch of them. Okay, and we got 45 minutes uninterrupted ad breaks. Oh, I'm like tired. I wasn't yawning at all. Even though I said I was tired. Listen, when I said, what do you mean? I meant with what you've already said, not to elaborate on it, but to explain what it is that you're talking about. I'm like, what? Are you still talking about the show? And that's why you said like here or whatever? Got you. Okay. Sorry, there is like a slight, well, sometimes it's more than slight lag on here. Where like the chat is just delayed from what I say. So sometimes it's like I'll say something, but then your response is to something I already said. Blah, blah. So I apologize for the sometimes confusing conversation. This is nice when other people chat with people who chat with me because your messages to each other don't delay. It's just to me. So it's like funny when I'm the one who doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Everybody will help you. Okay. So, a lot of them don't talk, by the way. People like Lucifer, demons like Lucifer, or like Paimon. Well, Paimon talks, but like a stuck-up person would, like only to who they want. Like they're not chatty. Most of them speak the language of grunts and groans. A lot of them don't speak at all. Like some of them choose to be more like and some of them literally don't know words, or they just know their own tongue, where it's just like this, like Donnie Thornberry, right? Meets Donnie Darko, but you know, like Donnie Darko. So I don't think the demons are as bad as like human dead people when it comes to the chat and yeah. Man, I can't get that song out of my head. I want to start this, but it's also like, oh yeah, okay. So we kind of discussed demons into the pick, but also probably worth mentioning the my skin is very soft, thank you. Startlingly, disturbingly distracting. So no one will touch my neck. Got it. Okay. Talked about demons, but to talk about speaking of karmics. I'm not saying that all of your karmic connections are demons, and I don't really rightly think people totally get. Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. It wasn't for you. You came in right at the perfect time. So I don't think that all karmic connections or people who are serve as a karmic person in your life are going to be possessed by demons just because the demons tell us about karmic connections. Karmic connections are tied to the underworld, and it is essentially any relationship you have with anyone of any kind that serves a purpose from one life to the next, right? So if you were with them before you were born and you'll be with them after you die, it's a karmic, right? And I feel like karmics have a bad rap. I've given them a bad rap. It wasn't until like now. And also the realization that parents and children are often karmic connections, but they're not necessarily bad just because you have to pass your baton of karma off to the next person or whatever. So I don't think karmic connections are inherently bad, but I think most toxic connections would constitute as karmic, if that makes sense. So, like, karmic connections can be light on the feet and just be really jam packed full of lessons and could be a progression of learning how to get along with someone, or knowing that it's just for a time, right? Because soulmates are like those lifelong partners. Karmics typically either like come in and out or are brief, right? So, yeah, I guess they're just not all bad. I think it's just a lot of times they're bad. What the F? A lot of times they're bad. Everybody will help you. can't wait to use these paintbrushes that I got for 25 cents a piece at the damn Dollar Tree. Because sometimes my Dollar Tree of choice has a fucking clearance bin. If you can believe it. This was one of the silly things I was doing today. If you follow me on Instagram at ILMistex or at Illy Millie, I was like, before I stream, I'm going to spend several hours being silly. I think I said silly as hell, which is funny because demons, but I think I'm going to make a rain stick. I know it looks like a magic wand now, but it's not going to look like a magic wand forever. Now, I was curious. Do you think rice is still the best thing for a rain stick? And like, does uncooked rice ever go bad? Everybody will help you. Maybe I should have just made a microphone. No. Kazoo. No, it doesn't work as anything except for what it's gonna be. Trying to like apply the way you use a kazoo to a piece of cardboard. Yes, this is it's a paper towel roll, and I was just like, you know what? My recycling bin is full. Let's upcycle this bad boy. Let's reuse this reduce. Hi, you goofball. Uncooked rice though. Only if but if there's moisture, it will get moldy, and that's the thing. Like cardboard, definitely can get very moist. Yeah, I would love to think of a non-food item that could replace rice for my rain stick. As if a rain stick, like no matter what it's made of, is gonna last when the star is a cardboard roll. Maybe I do need to just make a magic wand. I got a tricked out magic stick. It's not that weird to me. I don't mind moist. I think there's way worse, way more offensive, way uglier, way grosser words than moist. And it's just not one that's ever bothered me. I think it's because as a reader, moist is rarely ever described. Like, I feel like grass is what I think of the most. Like, I don't know why. Yeah, and weird. So anyway, if you're just tuning in, welcome. It's been kind of a weird night. And we're doing some karmic readings, some demon pulls. The cards are already on the table. We're just chit-chatting a little too much. And I was kind of going into detail about the difference between demons and all the other entities you confuse demons for, as well as what karmic relationships entail. So once again, we could be talking about your children, your parents, your coworkers, your exes, your current partners, your friends, your enemies, whoever. The lessons that teach you, the connections that teach you a lesson that has carried over or is going to carry over into or from a previous life. Those are karmic connections. Let's get started, okay? Got Azazel at the top. Azazel's the scapegoat. I'm pretty sure this one's about not pointing fingers. Okay, so that's the thing when you deal with karmic relationships is it's very easy to say this is all your fault. And it's even easier to say, no, it's your fault. And that's why, because you got so much trauma tied into each other where you're holding on to stuff that happened before any of this happened, theoretically, right? I think a lot's been going on this week, and a lot coming in the next couple weeks and month, and it's just a crazy time for me. Not like anybody gives a fuck. But the reason it's so easy to point fingers in karmic relationships, karmic connections, is because one person will acknowledge what's happening in this present reality, and the other will sort of acknowledge, hey, Dom, what happened in or be stuck on what happened, not necessarily acknowledge, because usually the one holding on to that stuff isn't the one. We're just talking about demons and karmic relationships because I'm doing a demon reading for karmic relations. All the cards are on the table, but we're just like kind of working our way up to it. But I'm having a weird day. I haven't slept much, so for 2 hours in the past like 2 days. But as a nocturnal person, you can imagine it's like long. It's a long day. Like I had a long day. That's okay. I know. Do we have the same friend? No. I feel like part of what makes a person schizophrenic is probably seeing demons and no one believing them and just being overcome by demons because everybody thinks that's just your normal state of being. Could be wrong. Probably am wrong, but I mean, it's a dangerous road to walk down. Okay, so I'm going to address this question. I feel like I was mid-sentence and then a bunch of people came in, which is fine. And check this out, 55 minutes and 55 seconds with 5 years. How do you think the various demons feel about their names being in various... Okay, Paimon. Is it a game? You make so many references, my little space bat, that I do not get. I, like, 0 out of 10 know what you're talking about pretty much at this point. Yeah, okay, I figured, but I was like, bro, I'm not that side of Twitch. So, no, I think it depends. Paimon in particular is a very flashy demon, as they're described, and loves to make a grand entrance, loves when people say their name, loves to be summoned, loves to waste time. So I think people who choose to do that, either one, have researched it or connected to these demons and know, or two, we've probably witnessed some of the consequences when they don't. For sure. I think it can go both ways. That's the thing too. It's like someone like Baphomet, right? Baphomet's another one that's like not really a demon, more of a not Dragonite. I gotta stop. That's a Pokemon, but it's like Baphomet is the same species as Satan, and Satan's not a demon. You know what I mean? Oh, he is technically a deity, so nobody calls him a demon. And he doesn't really look like a goat. He looks like a dragon. That's why he has wings. The goat thing is Christianity's influence over them thinking that goats are fucking demonic and that Baphomet is a demon. I want to say, what is Darkonian? Was that one of the aliens that we talked about the other day? Okay, what song about Baphomet? Oh, cool. That's really cool. I don't have much. I don't know. I don't think Morax is in this deck, but the other three are. Um, yeah, Baphomet seems cool. I don't work with him much. He doesn't come up. I usually don't like call out to anybody, but then if it does come up, it's like they quickly will tell me like how to respond to things. Okay, so Draconian is the dude, Draco. Legislator of Athens? What the fuck is a legislator? Okay, I'm hearing the word Darkonian. Is that not a word? Because if not, that is probably the species. And I'm not trying to say Draconian. I'm talking Darkonian. And that's not a thing. That's not a thing. And that's where Draconian and Dracula comes from, where it's just like translations over time. No, I mean, you guys can talk about it. You can. I don't know anything about it. We're talking about actual demons, and I guess that game references a lot of actual demons. Okay, Baphomet's not a demon. That's literally the conversation we're having right now. So I think you're fine talking to Baphomet. He is technically a deity, and I think he's a Darkonian, as I'm hearing, not a demon. They're like the They're like tieflings. They're like Satan and Baphomet and, you know, those guys. They're like tieflings, but like dragons and demons instead of demons and humans. You know what I'm saying? Dragons and demons. Crossbreed. But not a demon. It's not. They're not demons. I don't think it's like actual demon genetics. It's something else, but hell dragons basically, and they walk around. Maybe they are half human. I don't really know what the deal is. Half human, half dragon. Draconians. Pretty cool stuff. Kind of like the conversation about the demon cards as much as I like the readings, which there's literally so many on this deck. Yeah, I'm more of a gargoyle person in that regard, but the more I learn about this stuff, the more I'm like, oh, that's cool. I just think dragons were probably a species at one point, but then I also feel like maybe they are creatures of the underworld who, at a time, that's why they breathe fire, and so at a time, they're all different. A lot of them don't like music. Ooh, Gnosticism is hardcore. That's like the best version of Jesus that you can get on the market, I swear to God. Dragons are cool. I think, yeah, so when the earth splits open, they come out, but it's been a long time because people, like, you can't, I don't know. Everyone in all the other dimensions are fully aware that we are all strapped with cameras, cell phones, footage, live stream. So everything that was once very present in this world is now basically in hiding because while it's easy to convince one human mind, two human minds, that they didn't see something or manipulate it into looking a certain way for them is easy, but to have footage of it or to have to manipulate the data, the stream, it's messy, it's damaging, it's dangerous. So they don't come out like that anymore. They haven't in a long time. And like when it comes to the Draconians too, they haven't been land dwellers in a really long time, and it was the medieval times. Like, I don't think people realize the reason we associate that style or era, because a lot of times I think fantasy games or novels or movies take place in like a timeless period that represents medieval culture, but without saying it's that time frame, right? Because it's like a place that doesn't exist, so it wouldn't follow the same human earthly timeline. Oh, Azazel's right here. My nephew's name is Azazel. Let's get to the cards. I feel like I'm channeling something, but it's just vague stuff. It's just like information on this subject. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hachimaru. I don't know. I don't ever game on this stream, by the way. It's always tarot, art, makeup, chatting, just random stuff. So, very rare that video games come up unless it's like me talking about how Mortal Kombat shaped my spiritual experience and is the basis of all of my religious beliefs, or really scientific beliefs. So, and I like Tetris. On here I just do general stuff. But if you go on my website, www.ellymcmillie.com, you can book your own personal reading for a variety of prices depending on what kind of reading you want. So, shut up, Dom. You didn't even pick a deck, actually. And he doesn't mean just send a song. He sent me 3, I'm assuming, original beats. I would assume that you didn't just send me like random songs. Because sometimes I work on trade if it's something I need. Right now I don't need beats though, because I have 3 that I need to fuck with before I can take on more. So that trade is off the table. www.ellymillie.com. You can find all about it. Although I still am trying to figure out why my fucking service page descriptions don't work. They exist, but they don't work, so I have a lot to do on my website. Also, speaking of my website, okay, Why are you here every night then? Oh, here. So speaking of my website, y'all should go on there. Here's the link right in the chat. Sign up to be a member. It's going to be cool. I've been posting about it on my Instagram for a couple days. One of my Instagrams, my smaller one, just to like test out, get some feelers. Literally, no one signed up. I mean, there are members on there already, but in the past 2 days, and I've been asking people to sign up, nobody did. And you would think that I would be deterred as a person at that point. Where people, like, I can see how many people look at my stuff and just, like, don't interact with it, don't support me, don't say anything, don't take the prompts. It's hard enough to get people to vote on a fucking poll that they're already looking at that would literally take one fucking tap, which you do all day anyways, to participate in. But because that's too much, asking people to sign up, click a whole link and sign up on a whole website is just way out of the question. So maybe it's not that cool. Maybe I'm not that good. Maybe that's as simple as that. Or maybe I'm surrounded by a bunch of dickbags and now I'm trying to extend my vibe further so that I may cast a net to attract a vibe, tribe, whatever, right? What a spiel. The unbreakable, unmistakable, unshakable spirit, because I think anybody would have been so much more deterred so much sooner than I. Not main character energy, but definitely soul survivor energy, because I'm like, trucking. Anyways, that's enough of a plug. Go sign up. It's cool. I've got forums that are empty right now. But honestly, we all bitch about social media too much, complain about how it's draining us, complain about how other people are draining us and not realizing that we're being drained by social media because that's where we spend all of our social time. Yay! Welcome back. So if you sign up for my website, we can start shifting off of social media. You can make your own posts, and it'd be very cool if you participated and joined me on this journey of launching a fully functional website to serve as an alternative to be unmonitored by billionaires and instead monitored by communities of your peers. So sign up. It's free. It's literally free. You can use a Google account, which is kind of ironic, I know. But at least Google is more of an entity than a person. It's going okay. I was kind of going into the woes of what it's like to be me every day, but other than that, I think it's okay. It's amazing how good I can make myself feel no matter how hard life kicks me. I don't get it. So you don't want to be okay. And like, it's free. It's not help. I mean, I don't need help. Thank you so much. Help is absolutely far from what I'm asking. Participating in an online community is something you don't have to do, but I also don't need you to do it. So, you staying also doesn't necessarily help, although it is enjoyable to have your company. And appreciate the Prime subbing. But once again, help seems like a strong word. Thank you so much. Sorry if that sounded bitchy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, where it was like, it was such a weird timing to say that because I wasn't trying to convince you to buy anything. I have merch available. I have readings available. I have a ton of content for purchase. However, in this moment, I was not asking anybody to spend any money. And that's, I think, where it hurts so much is that people just like glide right by. It's so easy to just click, and now you've supported a person that you claim that you fucks with or support. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. It's also very hard to accept that I've been hanging out with and associating with people who don't genuinely like me as a person, but like what I do for them. And I just figured no one would ever like me. And I was like, oh, it's fine. nobody likes me. And then it's like, maybe some people do, and it's just those people. It's like, oh, you know what? I had not considered that, actually. Talk about negative self-talk. Whew, yeah, so I'm at that point where it's like, I guess I'm just asking the internet instead of my closest friends who decline the offer, which doesn't speak highly for me. I get that. But once again, the blind confidence, which, okay, fully grateful for my eyesight. I don't really like using the word blind out of context. Full unnerving faith in myself to just keep going, keep trying, and do something different or with someone different. And that's just almost perpetually where I'm at. But speaking of karmics, which we're in the midst of this reading, we didn't really start yet. We've just been catching up on kind of what demons are and some of the other species that we consider to be or think of as demons, as well as why we're talking karmic connections when it comes to the demon cards and what exactly karmic connections entail, to catch you up. But we didn't actually start the reading yet. Did a little plug, like I said, not going well. So 1. But that's okay. I know who I am, and I like myself. If I sought validation on the internet, let me tell you, I would not still be on the internet. I have never received much validation. That's what I'm saying. You have to love yourself first so that the things that you don't get, or the attention you don't receive, or the approval that you fucking think you need, doesn't really matter, you know? And I think that's part of my biggest secret to being able to bounce back, as hard as I do every time something like today happened, you know? So I make the choice to be honest, even though it's like, it does put me in a vulnerable position. And it's like, if you want to make fun of me for being candid about the lack of support that I constantly see in the people that I know in real life, which is fucking sad, but I think it does say a lot about them to be like, oh, I don't actually like anything you do. Why the fuck were you taking up space in my life then? Like, I'm never going to stop being who I am. I'm never going to stop doing the things I do. You want me to support you, but you don't want to support me, and your excuse is that you don't align with it, you don't like it, it's not your thing. Therefore, I'm not your thing, bro. Leave me out of it then. Oh, but you want to ask me for stuff, you know? Hey, I've been having my demon friends. I am my own friend. Nico cannot explain to you how much time I spend with that woman. I'm okay with that. I had imaginary friends as a kid. I had Jesus as a bestie my whole life. I'm used to it. It's like a joke to you, but it's life to me, and there's nothing else, like there's nothing I can do about that. I think a great point and a weird tie for this conversation too is just seeing that, or admitting that, a lot of my connections have been karmic in my life, because I am only just now getting to this point of like ending a 10-year cycle every 10 years, but also like a 30-year thing where things were a certain way my whole life, and then all of a sudden it has changed. There has been a fucking moment that changed everything. And now I'm continuing to grow and on a trajectory upwards because I broke through this last part of my cycle. So even though it's been building, where every 10 years is a new lesson, new cycle to be broken or repeated, it's taken 30 for me to do this one, I think. I don't know. The way that the viewers flux is so funny to me, because I get that everyone's connection isn't perfect and sometimes my internet cuts out too, but it's always interesting that whenever I try to, like, I'll be talking and then I try to direct back to the tarot cards and people will leave, and then people show up while I'm talking, but then if I talk too much about myself, the views drop again, so then I try to go back to tarot. It's, you know, if people don't like you, you can't force them to. That's what I'm saying. It's like, not everyone's going to want to listen to me talk. It took me a long time to accept that anybody wanted to listen to me talk. And it took me even longer to realize the reason people want to listen to me talk is not everyone has, as it's been put, the gift of gab. You know, I never thought of that as a gift. Once again, negative self-talk. You know, because you can learn from stuff. They just assume if you're not doing personal readings or you like secular shit or you do dark whatever. And it's like, cool. You know what else is dark? Your mama's womb. From whence you came. So, and so did your daddy. Oh, ouch. All right, ouch. So all that being said, I think the grander lesson in this reading and with me sharing like that sort of lack of support I feel, thank you. Not everyone believes in this stuff too, and I think that's another huge dissonance. It's like, if I grew up religious, I grew up in a conservative town, so I've met a bunch of religious conservative people over time, and I just thought for a really, really long portion of that, I felt like I was more like them than I really was. And that's another big thing that's been happening the past couple of years is realizing who people actually are and not the assumption of who they are or who they appear to be or who you might think they are, you know, and seeing who they actually are. And it doesn't, you don't have to hate someone to not want to spend time around them either. Because you can be like, yo, you're fine. But also that is far from my life, and I have to live this life. This is what I do. This is the life I have. You don't like demons? Don't fucking talk to me. My demons are with me all the time. And it's not battling my demons. It's, thank you, my sweet little angel. Would you like some blood? You know? So, anyways. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's always been that way, and just because there was one internet boom of it in the past couple of years, basically because of COVID, and that boom will die out, and the fucking drive will be low, the supply will dwindle, the demand will fall, and then it'll be back to people who are actually into it and not people who were jumping on this fucking fashion trend that it's become or has been for the past few years, right? Because everybody's ditching spirituality for nihilism and party till the end of the world type shit. People don't give a fuck to change, and a big part of spirituality is change. And so, like, people who are like, well, it's not my fault, it's this and that and this and that, then they're going to fall behind, fall off, and duck out of it, right? Because they can't just say, well, if I did this part of my part of things, then perhaps I will see others do their part as well. That, of course, being in relation to things like environmentalism and politics, even, where it's like so many times. Okay, thank you for sharing that, because I was sitting here like, I probably sound like a fucking loser, and I probably sound like pathetic almost. And I know a lot of people wouldn't perceive me that way just because I look good, just because I have confidence, just because I come on here, clown around, and do what I do really well. That doesn't mean I always knew I was so good at this. And it doesn't mean that people always just treat me the way that I am, right? Being very kind and very spiritual and very connected and very talented and very humble, as much as I joke about being cocky and physically looking good. I'm very humble about what I do and how I live my life. I live a humble life, you know? So it's okay. People are going to misjudge us, but a lot of those off and on relationships are karmic relationships. And that's what we were saying is like, imagine being friends with someone in a past life and you die with unfinished business. And some people can talk to ghosts or understand apparitions and connect with people who have passed on and finish that business. But more often than not, you just have to wait until you link up in a life again. And if you end on bad terms, you're not going to wait for them. Because a lot of people, when they pass, oh my God, they used to do that shit to me too. That's why it's just like, yeah, I get it. I'm fucking weird. It doesn't hurt my feelings anymore to make fun of me. You know how much I get bullied by people that I don't even know why they're bullying me? And shitty stuff that you do in high school, like feigning friendship just to get information, just so you can go tell all your friends and talk shit. And it's like, oh my God, I thought we were friends. That's embarrassing. that I have such bad social skills that I actually trusted your intentions enough to think you were actually my friend and not trying to siphon information out of me so that you can return to your actual friends, so that you have something to talk about because your lives have become so boring. You have taken an interest in mine without actually taking an interest in me. That's bizarre. And it comes from moments like that. It's the kids who ran from people like us when we were kids, right? That are the ones who still do tug and pull now, right? Like, it's weird. It's like, why are you drawing me in to push me away? And not even like a romantic chase either, which is still inappropriate. But why? I will never understand why people do that. But there is a sense of belittling in it, right? Yeah. I never really get that mad at myself. I get frustrated and kind of laugh about some of the things we missed or like, aggravated grunts and moans. And I try to be friendly with everyone. And I think I just do better with strangers if I'm interacting with people in small increments because I really make people's day. But I think realistically, like, there's a reason people have the manic pixie dream girl archetype encoded into their brains is because people like that exist in a sense where like I am so tragically manic pixie that I cannot actually maintain friendships because most of the time people get to the point where they just reject hopefulness, they reject friendliness, they reject vulnerability, they reject forgiveness, they reject communication, and those are all things that I'm really, really good at and really strong with because I was stuck learning it. I had to learn what it took to be a friend or what it meant to be a friend and what people saw as a good friend and learned how to do that. And it's sometimes reciprocated from people, but once again, I think overall I get overwhelming and people don't really love spending a ton of time with me. And if they do, they get just as cagey as I do. Even if I'm like, I know why I'm cagey, I know when I'm cagey, I know I'm going to be cagey, I know what's going to make me feel cagey or put me in a rage mode to where I'm about to go off, so just don't do it. And people will go out of their way and do it on purpose. No matter how much warning, no matter how precise my calendar is, because I live with a major disability that affects me in a different way every week and every day, pretty much. So I'm wearing fucking sunglasses right now because I'm prone to migraines for the next 10 fucking days until I lose so much blood that I don't need a migraine to have a headache. But people fuck with me because of it. They make fun of me. They remind me of all these times that I was unhinged because I didn't know what PMDD was, so I had no way of treating it, obviously. They call me bipolar, tell me I need therapy, both things that have been true to false. Like, I'm not bipolar. Bipolar treatments have had no effect on my overall well-being. And I have gone to therapy, and sometimes the therapists kind of say, I don't know what to say to you anymore. It sounds like you're in a good place. That's basically how I left off therapy. What do y'all want me to do? I have a disability. Leave me the fuck alone. It is hard to keep friends because of it. But also, I think I was keeping a lot of karmic connections that I needed to let go of and was too hurt by the idea that people were like making fun of me, using me, taking advantage of me, lying to me. Oh yeah, that's the thing. It's like you already weren't really connected with anyone, so then you like get even less connected with the general society, and there ain't gonna be no one. You know. Listen, I don't think like self therapy is the number one answer. I try to do self medication, self therapy for like ever. Literally did not go to a therapist until I was like 25 years old, but have been dealing with PMDD since I was 10 and had like whatever other issues before that because they don't think you can have PMDD without having PTSD. So the traumatic event has to trigger the PMDD. So my traumatic event had to have been in my childhood. So um, probably had PTSD even before I started my period, right? So it's always been a certain type of way, but now it's cyclical. Um, and so because I was like, dude, something about I don't think I'm bipolar. I don't think it's this. I don't think it's that. And then years of research, I'm like, I think it's this. And doctors still don't believe me, even though I have literally 6 years worth of input data to prove that I deal with this specific disability. And I have medical records to also prove that I've been treated for a slew of other mental disabilities that I had no success with. And still they laugh. They think I'm trying to get drugs and then fucking prescribe me drugs. They just assume that I'm fucking mental based on a bunch of doctors doing horrible at guessing, because every time that I've been hospitalized, I was on my period. So once again, just like so many symptoms of PMDD, not sure how everybody I've ever met missed it for 20 years. That's interesting, and it's now my fault, even though it started when I was a child. So it's very hard. It's very hard. And when you start to pull away from these karmic connections and you start to see how you can control your own toxicity or even detox from your own toxicity, is when people start coming out of the woodwork. So like, once you start to detox and pull away from your karmics, soulmates will come back in. The people who you've always been good with, never had a falling out with, maybe haven't talked to in a while, but pick up where you left off type people, no hard feelings. It is. New romance, new lovers, blah, blah, blah. When you start to pull away from karmics, the karmics are the ones who are going to remind you how awful you were. They're going to be the ones who tell you that you're toxic. They're going to be the ones to use the word delusional, even when you've fucking proven yourself that this is not a fucking delusion. And I know what the fuck I'm doing and know what the fuck I'm talking about. And don't fucking argue with me, or I will go there. And where? The underworld. And I'll talk to whoever the fuck I want. And I'll find out things I don't need to know about you, bro. Fuck off. Toxic and delusional, watch me. I will be, if that's what you want from me. No, but keep watching my story. I love it. I love it. Anyways, you get what I'm saying? I totally get that. I have phases where sometimes I have no thoughts in my head and no need to share with anyone, and sometimes I have too many thoughts in my head and feel like if I don't express them to someone, I will collapse. So, I don't suggest anybody come on here and just trauma dump, but I'm glad that I brought up this conversation because at least two people who are with me now can relate, and it's worth me being in the position to be vulnerable, even though I've already had the shit kicked out of me and been so fucking humiliated. I come back for more because I'm still going to say the things that need to be said, which is the truth. And the truth is, it's something I struggle with. If you want to fucking take advantage of the fact that I shared this struggle, if you want to make fun of me for the fact that I struggle in this way, fucking go for it. What are you missing about the fact that I've dealt with this since I started school at the age of 3? Okay? So, what do you want from me? Yeah. But maybe we are from another planet and that's why we found each other, trying to get back home. So, extremely vulnerable and incredibly honest. Um, Emotional support demons. Yeah, let's build a spaceship. I think it's all in your mind, though. Okay. Somehow our hour of uninterrupted ads is over, so I'm gonna run some ads. And when I come back, I feel like this was a high key introduction. This was a good, thorough introduction. I feel like it was more chat than tarot, but the cards are out, so it is technically part of the reading. Whatever conversations come up once the cards are on the table is sort of what the cards are saying. But we will go through the book. I think it does. It's giving this energy of like very much been. A lot of it was channeled. When I'm looking like this way, a lot of channel messages. When I'm looking straight on or like interacting with the chat, obviously that's more conversation. But of course, conversation is inspired by such things as channeling. So, yeah, 30 seconds. Here we go. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. And we will continue the discussion or keep going. Come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. Okay. I know. I can't stop listening to that song. I think I want to talk about it so bad. Well, sorry. I gotta catch up on some stuff. I saw somebody say something about Elon, and I'm like, ew, we don't really do billionaires on this channel, but we love Jeffrey Bezos. He is half of my subs on here, so I mean, whatever, Jeff. Bah. Elon sucks. His smarts are not even that smart. His personality's awful. He comes from a long line of colonizers. He's definitely yikes. Okay, let's see. Backyard. Have you ever been on the ship in one of your dreams? Okay, yeah, sorry, I've been yelling. Nico, dude. So that's the thing. I wanted to do a Halloween Oracle, but I didn't think I had energy, and there was literally no one here for so long. But I was like, I was being awkward, I was being abrasive, I was being very fuckboy supreme. For the first like 30 minutes to maybe even a whole hour of this stream, it was like pretty embarrassing, I'm not even gonna lie. I thought about ending the stream and deleting it. I was so fucking embarrassed. And then I was like, you know what? It's all data. So no, it's not your fault that no one else showed up. Like just because you were the only person there. And then Space Bat's been here for a while, and then if one of you two haven't been talking, which now you both are, like no one's talking. So like once again, it is appreciated. I know sometimes I can be sassy, but it's all in good fun. Well, I stuck it out and I didn't delete the stream, so here we are. You are here, man. Yeah. One time I had a very realistic dream on the ship to where I was like, was I even dreaming? I don't know. I can't even revisit that right now. So, something so amazing to me about this song. Okay, I don't even know who wrote it, honestly, because it is a Velvet Underground song, so there's a good chance they just had Nico sing it, but she was a songwriter, so maybe she wrote it. I don't know. Let me just look it up. I'll keep it with my... Super Deluxe. Oh, yeah, because this is... Oh, no, they must have re-released it. Dun, 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 dun. Holy shit, it was Bob Dylan. That's insane. Did he do his own version, or he just literally wrote everybody their best songs? That honestly, it doesn't even sound like Bob Dylan to me because he doesn't even make songs as cute as this song is. And if he does have a version from '85, so he wrote the song, but didn't make his own version until 1985. Did he really write? I'm so wow. I'm almost disappointed, but that's okay. Nico's so pretty. I love her. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it with mine. Look, we lost everyone's attention at this point. It's literally just us and whoever was lurking. It's probably Ali. I don't even know. Because he popped in and was like, I'm here, and disappeared again. That's okay. Not everybody's gonna vibe with this vibe of mine. You know, I don't even know if I really vibe with it when we're being like totally straight about it. Oh, they're back. No, but I'll keep it with mine. Is these really nice lyrics. Apparently, it was written by Bob Dylan, which makes a lot more sense than it being written by Nico or Lou Reed. But it's like something, you know, come on, babe. You can keep searching, but you're looking for something that's not lost. Everybody can help you. People can be kind. but if I can save you some time, keep it with mine. I don't even know if it's like about drugs or something, physical objects, but just the fact that it says like discover what you set out to find, and it's very helpful. And hearing someone like Nico, who was in her position when she recorded that song, it just guts me like even when I'm listening to it on repeat 20 times in a row. It's literally just like gutting every time, but in a way that's very beautiful and addicting, because it is incredible to hear someone who we all know was suffering. She wasn't really, I don't think she was really addicted to heroin at the time that they made the Velvet Underground and Nico, but she was definitely partying, and like fucked up or whatever, and had already been groomed into being a model and an actress, and had grown men seeking after her and all this other bullshit. Was raped and traumatized and lived through World War II. Like, she was already been through so much and was so dark and depressing and fucking goth already. The time she made this album with them, and so you hear songs like "All Tomorrow's Parties," and it makes sense because that's her vibe, right? It's dark, it's goth, it's depressing. Yesterday's Clowns, even Femme Fatale, because she was not necessarily known to be a tease, but everybody wanted her, and she didn't necessarily want everybody. She like slept with a lot of people, but just there was that many people who wanted to sleep with her, basically. And then whatever other songs on that album, right? We know. Yeah, Nico like invented modern goth, basically. I know, like, Jumpin' Jay Hawkins, is that his name? Him doing "I Put a Spell on You" was like the first notable goth music in the modern music era, and then like I think Bauhaus is a close second, but I want to say the Marble Index was 1969, and I don't think Bauhaus put out music until the 70s. 1978. Yeah. So who was goth between Screamin' Jay Hawkins? Is that his name? Yeah, Screamin', not Jumpin'. Screamin' Jay Hawkins was like the first goth artist, basically, right? Born July 18th, 1929. Died February 12th, 2000. What a lifespan. Born in Ohio, died in France. Could you think of a better life? Like, literally amazing. Okay. Yeah, whistling past the graveyard, alligator wine, little demon. Like, he was the only real goth music, I would say. Maybe we'll do. You guys want to do goth night? You guys want to do goth night? No, maybe not tonight, not right now. Maybe it is right now. Maybe that's why we pulled out the demons and I'm talking about Nico so much. And I'm bringing up Screamin' Jay Hawkins. But, yeah, so between him and Bauhaus, name one goth band besides Nico. And I don't even think the Velvet Underground is totally goth. I feel like they're just depressed punks. Like, I don't even think it's goth. I love her so much. Why is this my hair right now? And I'm so grateful. Like, she's literally so beautiful. I cannot paste pictures here. Can't name one, yeah. So Nico was really the first woman, second musician. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. She literally died on his birthday. The fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Why are we even talking about this? What the fuck? Yeah, July 18th, 1988. He was already, well, he wasn't dead. He died, oh my god. She died first because she died at the age of 49. Oh my god, she literally died. That is the most goth bitch ever. Ever. No one is more goth than Nico. That's why we hang out. It's the most goth thing to do is be dead and just chilling with some goth chick who's still living. Like, I cannot believe she literally died on Screamin' Jay Hawkins' birthday. July 18th. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. I love that so much. She's so fucking goth. "1968" I called it. I think I said 69, but yeah. The Marble Index came out in 10 years before Bauhaus was even a band. And that is like, aside from him, there's just that fucking gap in the resume where he was putting out music when 56. So like 10 years, 12 years before her. Crazy. Crazy. And that's why, like, I've never been, it's not that I'm not into the overdressed goths, because I think they look amazing. But I've never been limited to that being all goth is, because being goth is like so much more beyond than the aesthetic. Truly a lifestyle. Truly a lifestyle. Like Nico, great example. So, anyways, listening to her sing this song, where it's like everybody can help you, people are very kind, like the fact that she was singing that and probably didn't believe it, and like listening to her sing it so well, and it like flatters her voice, and she sounds so hopeful, and it's literally such a beautiful message, and the fucking strings, whatever instruments are going on, it's, can't believe it was written by Bob fucking Dylan. God damn it. But yeah, listening to someone so gothic and depressing who died early because of long-term drug use, because she literally did not give a fuck to get better. She was like, you know what? Instead of getting clean, I want to get ugly. And she just became ugly. Okay, I get you, but you gotta understand, Nico was addicted to heroin for like 25 years. You know how long that is to be addicted to heroin? Because one, most people die way before then. Two, most people just cannot keep up with that lifestyle for that long. They are forced to go to rehab or take breaks even, or switch to fucking bikes or something. Not Nico. She was just fucking doing heroin the whole time, never wanted to get better. She just never wanted to get better. She was so sick of being beautiful and sexualized and assaulted that she was like, drugs make me less appealing. They are taking a toll on my body. I'm becoming disgusting, and no one looks at me anymore. My teeth are rotting. I've never been so happy. Yeah. So once again, hearing her, that person who like gave up her own child several times, singing this is chilling on so many levels. And the only reason I talked about this for so long is one, because we probably needed to realize that she died on Screaming Jay Hawkins' birthday. It is dark, but that's my point, is that it's so beautiful. Like, um, okay, that's an interesting question, because I think it depends on your perception of hell. But you know what? Should I draw it? I'm be right back. I think I'm gonna start using a whiteboard on here, bro. I'll be right back. Okay. This is so interesting that you bring this up because I almost mentioned something similar to this earlier. See, I don't want to master my own shit, and so I don't do it. So nobody does it because I don't work with anybody because people don't fucking like me. You see what I'm saying? It's all relative. It's all relevant. And that's fine. So lately, like I said, I start dropping karmics and stop fucking giving people so much time a day and realizing who they are and what they want from me rather than like anything honorable or whatever. And so people are coming towards me all of a sudden, like I said, acquaintances that are soulmates that you haven't talked to in a while, or people who just genuinely care about how things turn out for you. Who would have thunk? And I am getting offers now. Like I'm getting gigs and getting collaborators and getting, all these things are coming in the second that I stopped putting up with other people's bullshit. Yeah. And a lot of people don't know what's going on in my life, even people in my life, because they don't ask. They have never celebrated any of my wins. In fact, all they do is say, well, that's not a real win because X, Y, and Z. Well, if it's not a real job, it's not a real work, it's not real, blah, 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 blah. To you. But look where I'm at. I make money talking about alien conspiracies. I don't care how much money it is. I make money talking about alien conspiracies. And I can make hundreds in an hour doing tarot. That doesn't mean I'm doing tarot all my hours, but I can make hundreds in hours, in a matter of an hour, with tarot, because I am that good. But I don't really like talking about myself that much, and so it's very hard to market. So I have to seize these opportunities of when I'm acting like a cocky fuckboy supreme to just be like, I'm really as awesome as I think I am right now, but I won't think I'm this awesome next week, even though I'll still be that awesome. Thank you. Appreciate you. Need a passport, though. I've been to Canada a few times in my life, because I'm from Michigan, so it works, but I haven't had a passport in like 3 years. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah. It was COVID. It expired at the end of it was like November 2019. It expired. I was. Where are you at? Um. Oh yeah, that's like 45 minutes from Detroit, isn't it? Just like on the other side of the bridge, or am I thinking of the wrong? I think okay. Windsor is the one that's like 20 minutes away from Detroit. It's like you just cross the bridge, you're in Windsor. You can see Windsor from Detroit. And then Toronto's a little bit further, but it's still, we used to go to the Toronto Zoo when we still had open borders. Like growing up, we would go on field trips to Canada. So Toronto's really close. They would have not put so many of us on a bus. Maybe 3 hours at the most. Super cool. Fuck yeah. And yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And those were, dude, I haven't been in so long, so I wouldn't be able to like picture it. But the Toronto Zoo is fucking lit, from what I remember. I think it was worth going. The Detroit Zoo is pretty great, and we still drove all the way to Toronto. I miss the open border policy where you could just be like, "We got fucking parent permission slips. We're taking these kids into another country." That's literally like all you had to do. Yeah, like I think an enhanced ID will get you across the border, right? So that's cool. Um, that's really, really dope. I love that. Um, I lit some incense, Libra incense, because we were talking about Nico. And yeah, I'm feeling a lot better about this stream. I feel like we're getting so deep into it, but I feel like I'm getting an increasing amount of energy throughout it. Also, we're at like 39 minutes. I'm gonna roll another ad. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I want to go back to like what we were talking about, but then I'm not answering your question, but I will address that sentiment. So I'm gonna roll ads and see if we can get up to an hour of just like uninterrupted ads. So, an uninterrupted stream, no ads for an hour. Let's try it. Okay, what is this? Go away. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, it's officially witching hour somewhere, and we are back. We are back. We are back. So, there are a lot of things we're talking about. I'm trying to ditch the Nico stuff, but that song just like plays over and over again in my head. It's so fucking beautiful. Where are we at with the ads? 58 minutes, close enough to an hour. We're gonna run with it. I'm not gonna play any more ads for a minute. So, I want to address your question. I do, but I really love the idea. Look, I got my dry erase board, and I was gonna like draw the way that I could draw what you might call the underworld, Hades, hell, etc. Because it's conceptually been in my mind, and it's like doing it on a live stream, doing it myself. It's kind of like I purposely refuse to go out of my way to study these things or read about other people's theories because I want mine to be as natural as possible. That is how I've always done my philosophies. It's how I've always studied theology, is just through source and through whatever comes to me. And so I've always been very shy about some of my more science-based ideas. I don't know. Not everyone would consider it science. Some people would consider it pseudoscience, but I just think anything that involves basic concepts of science, like other dimensions or just multiple dimensions in general, or the way things like gravity, light, projections, atoms work, like that all transcends or transfers into spirituality. So to me, this stuff is more of my scientific research, right? Or like scientific experience that is also considered as spiritually. I don't know. I'm confusing everybody. Let's smoke break before we get too deep. I'm trying to keep all the thoughts in our head instead of going under. Okay. I got a hot ass fucking take. And I don't know if this is entirely true, but like, you'll get the gist of it. Sum 41 is like the last true pop punk band to ever exist. Because what we consider pop punk ain't really that punk at all. It's like pop emo. It's not punk. Fuck off. Sum 41, punk as fuck. Like, are you kidding me? Wish my mom had an abortion. You think people just said that shit on the radio? No. Yeah, like, what the fuck? I love musical hot takes. That was going to be my podcast. Like, I have it's not really a podcast because I refuse to work with Anchor and Spotify, and now it just sucks because people aren't trying to listen to a podcast on SoundCloud. Yeah, and I think it's just not fair to do that to punk. Like, stop associating these whiny assholes with punk music, punk values. Like, part of punk is just anything that deviates from the norm. And at the time, once again, Sum 41 was popular music that was still punk as fuck. They like wore their hair in spikes and they fucking sang about shit that was like not kosher to say on TV or on the radio, and they like dedicated themselves to punk despite being popular music, right? Yeah, that's what, yeah, exactly. Like, exactly. I mostly use YouTube. I have YouTube Music app. Like, I pay for that shit. I've been paying for it for years because they gave it to me for free for the first, like, 3 years I had it, and I've been just hooked ever since. I couldn't imagine living without it. I fucking love it. Like, it's so dumb. But then I still use regular YouTube all the time. They're like, still gonna play you ads. Are you sure you don't want to upgrade? I'm like, bitch, no way. Like, no. You're not getting another dime out of me. Thank you. I'll pay you next month. Yeah. So I'm glad that we can all kind of mutually agree on that. I also feel ready to take these sunglasses off, my guys. Like we are out of migraine territory, or someone was curious as to what I looked like. Gorgeous. I'm not hiding anything with these. They're simply just for fun. We're gonna go over the basics of hell. Like, I think that's where we're at next. I'm not gonna forget about Azazel and your question about that, because I'm gonna say this: I don't think that it's possible to be related to a demon, whether or not you have beef with or work with one or own one. Some of them are servants at the end of the day that don't want autonomy. That's why they're there. That's just people too. You think that because you're an entrepreneur, you assume everybody would want to be an entrepreneur because total freedom, but
no idea how many people are like, fuck that. Fuck being in charge. Fuck being responsible. Fuck being number one. Being relied on. Fuck that. Like, there are just people like that. There's demons like that. Yeah, dude, I complain a lot, but I'm so much happier working alone. That's who I am as a person. And I wish I didn't have to work all alone, but the absence of a work environment. I can work well with others because I freelance, so I end up working with them on projects or on themselves. And that, I think, leads to a decent symbiotic relationship in that type of workforce, but it's work environments that like don't that I can't. And customers, I don't know, it's not that bad, but like it's the PMDD cycle where sometimes I can talk to literally anybody and make them feel like they've known me forever, and some days like I've literally like been willing to lose my job on the floor and have lost jobs because I just can't hold back sometimes. And I don't say these things to brag. I say them to remind us all that like I seem very fun and enticing and easy to love, and like who wouldn't want me? Manic pixie, right? But it's a nightmare. It's not a dream, girl. It's a nightmare. And it's not some quirky exaggeration. It's PMDD. If you don't know what it is, look it up. Read the threads. It's horrifying. I do it every other month, pretty much. Like I have the whole thing every month, but the severity of it is every other month. So, yeah, like I said, I have a nephew. His name is Azazel, so I don't think it's a bad thing, even if it is Azazel. And I think maybe it's like if your mother had those bad, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't blame Azazel. Azazel is the scapegoat, though, so it is kind of ironic that she would point the finger at Azazel because that is his role, and that's what he's known for. And it's a reminder when I read it out of the book. It's going to say something like, "Be careful about where you point your finger," or whatever. Um, and to give praise. Oh, but it's okay. You figure that out, though. Did you know Azazel's the scapegoat, or did you put it together just now? Yeah, well, we'll get them out if you want, but maybe we'll just meet them. Okay, so a lot of time. Well, here's the thing too. Parents are karmics, right, for us, and so a lot of us have tumultuous relationships with our parents and children, and that being said, where did Azazel even go? I don't know what I just did, but now Behemoth's at the top of the deck, so that's random. Um, that being said, what was said? Damn. PMDD brain, man. It's just like short circuit, no thoughts, all the thoughts. It's fucking really annoying. Brain dead, brain pumping, just craziness. It's what it's like to be a man. I can't imagine. At least you don't have to fucking bleed, though. Never gonna ever let that go. Azazel. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Okay, we'll get there. Oh, I remember now. Duh. So a lot of our parent relationships, parental and child relationships are karmic. I think they're all technically karmic, but a lot of them are tumultuous because most karmic connections are tumultuous because once again, it's when you have unfinished business in one life and then you come in the next one, right? Soulmates might do that, but the reason you get the runner chaser dynamic in karmic connections is because with a soulmate, you know what? Let's draw it. Let's draw it. Because I'll be able to point to stuff when I'm referring to it. Let's fucking draw the underworld. Okay. Approximate. And I also got to think about how I'm gonna do it. So we got like, let's say that prison's like here-ish. Okay, and then the entryway with the caverns is here-ish, and then you've got mingling, but then you also have got the body. This is stuff that I've 2112, but with an extra one. this is stuff I've been putting together and working on for a long time, and I always felt like if I published it and people didn't know, they could like steal an image, whatever. But this, listen, if I'm doing it live, at least no one can take it from me, right? So, everybody will help you. Some people are very kind, but if I could save you some time, come on, give it to me. I keep it with my. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I got a kid there. My little Anthony. He's my aborted baby. But they grow up, oddly enough. I don't know. I would see him in my nightmares sometimes. I'd be like, what the fuck's that about? Because I have no qualms about my abortion as much as people want to say they do. It's like maybe people cast that upon me. I'm sure my ex wasn't totally thrilled with the idea because he hasn't touched a woman since. But that's on him. It could be the projection of that fear and disdain that would give me nightmares. But personally, I feel like I just was in hell because I go there, because I talk to dead people. Even if at the time I didn't have that power reined in like I do now, I still feel like, duh, that's what I'm doing. And progressively over the years, he would age. I haven't seen him in a while, and I feel like it was a respect thing where it was like, you don't have to come see me if you don't want to. He was like 8, I think, the last time I saw him. So that would have been like so many years ago. But now it's like, oh, maybe I wouldn't recognize him anymore because he would have hit theoretical puberty. So I don't know. Yeah, he was like 8 though. You know what I'm saying? He's a teenager now. He'd be like 13. But I'm not really his mom. But he's not really dead, because if you were never alive, you can't really be dead. But if you still exist despite having never lived or died, then you just are. Right? It's not all going to fit on this board. I drew a rough thing to kind of work out where and how to depict what things are, but I think it all needs to be smaller, basically. And it's very hard to. I'm not the best drawer. I have to stop saying I'm not good at it, because I'm a lot better than people who like really don't draw. I just think I'm not as good as people who do draw. But this is a map, anyways. So, yeah, I'll just do this. Everybody will help you. Okay. Yeah, so this might take a sec, y'all. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Any song requests of songs you think I would already know the lyrics to? Or how do I do karaoke on here? People suggest it. And also, where's Source? Are you quietly lurking? I hate when you lurk. Just tell us you're here, weirdo. Also, it's your right. And well, yeah, look at this, is all scribbles. I mean, like, that's like the point. That's kind of my point too, is like I can draw figures and stuff, but I have to do the scribble sketchy look because I am never satisfied. So it just, like, if it's messy, it never has to be perfect. I don't do straight lines. I don't do one line. You know? Love my handwriting. I love the album artwork for that fucking cover album I made alone was like amazing, in my opinion, because everybody does fucking digital art now, especially for digital releases. And I was like, fuck that. The album's from 1992. I was made in 1990. Well, I was probably made in 1991 technically, but I was born in 1992, and I'm gonna do it like it's 1992. Fucking print the fucking pictures and do the collage based on what I. This is a gift bag, strip of a gift bag on here to make it the gold pop, and then my typewritten ripped up paper with my printed photo and writing. If you want to see up close details of the artwork, because I also made a full size, I like taped together 4 of these pages and made a full size poster in the same aesthetic of like printed pictures and typewritten lyrics and pipe cleaners and stuff. But nobody does it, so nobody cares. They're like, well, it's not trending, it's not popular, I'm not going to risk looking like a fucking loser liking your shit, is basically the energy. So, but good luck with that, right? Oh, no, for sure. I mean, that's fine. I'm talking about when people, like, release art in that way of adding it. Like, album covers used to be hand-drawn. You know, like, what's his name? It's not Nick Kroll, because it's the actor, but Nick Fell? I think he did so many. I think he did Grateful Dead Europe 72. Like that iconic drawing, I think, is Nick Fell. But he did Never Ever Forever. And oh my god, if you have not seen that cover, if you go to I think this is the right link. Let's find out. Yeah, so at the bottom of this has the music, and in the top you can see this. It's a picture of this. And then the album, and each one has a digital single art for them because it just didn't have time to make them. And then if you go to the bottom, there's like a gallery of all the singles, digital singles art, but then there's also a picture of the poster. So you can see what I'm talking about. And if you want to check it out, you can. There's no picture of this one though. Because I never finished the album. I forgot I did like the Bat cover album too. I don't know why we're talking about this during a fucking demonic tarot reading, but hey, it's where we are. Illuminati Miss Stacks After Dark. Okay, so this is the Bat cover album. But I never finished one of the songs, so I didn't have a track time for the unfinished song, so I never released this. And it's honestly, I love it. I should just hang it up, right? I might have to move this number 13. Oh yeah, I gotta put that there. Who gives a fuck if I didn't do the one song? I'll hang this up. So what if it never gets done? It was really hard. It was such a hard song to learn. Damn, I feel like I should be on the chatting screen because I don't want to mislead people. We are doing tarot. There's cards everywhere. I'm drawing a landscape / map of hell, but I'm just very distracted because there's not a whole lot of thoughts in my head. So every single one is just taking so much fucking effort. Honey, what? Baby, what? Let's put it this way. No, it's not that. It's just like he's going through some stuff. He's already been telling us he's going through stuff, but that's okay. Okay, so water molecules are bonded to each other, right? And they form hydro something, not hydraulic, but very similar word, bonds. And they are connected but fluid, so they stay connected to one another and move together. I am trying to recite a history lesson from my junior year of high school. I loved my chemistry teacher, but I still got a C in the class. So hydrolytic bonds create liquids, because they stick together but also are flexible. Whereas solids that are formed come together and cannot move, hence like rocks and geodes and forms, where those are not covalent bonds, possibly covalent bonds. Yeah, they don't move. But gas, you're not like incorrect. They don't move in tandem with one another. They move, the molecules themselves, the atoms stay joined in each molecule, but the molecules gather together and basically do what electrons and neurons do. Electrons and, not neurons, electrons and, I don't know. You'd have to look everything I set up because, like I said, I'm recalling some junior year chemistry, and I got a C in that class. I did not do good in science or math in high school, and it's a damn shame because if I had better math teachers, I would have been better at science, and I had great science teachers who taught me a lot, but I couldn't fucking do the math because I had really shitty math teachers. And it breaks my heart because I'm really good at math. It's a gaseous state, but maybe that's what a covalent bond is. No, I feel like covalence when they stay together, and then not hydraulic, but something very similar is when they move. And it's not ionic. Ionic is different. I think there is an ionic bond, but I think that's standalone atoms where there's like only two molecules that bond. It's ionic. I can't remember. Cannot remember. You would literally have to verify all that information. Bold of me to call myself a scientist and turn around and admit that I know nothing about science, but I think all the best scientists to have ever lived didn't really know much about science when you think about it. How are you supposed to make discoveries if you're studying things that already have been discovered? You have to study things that nobody knows yet if you want to make any kind of progress in the field of science. So, I'm a scientist, motherfucker. What does that have to do with anything? I thought we were talking about science and bonds and stuff, and I get back to this demon stuff. I think you have to drop it. I think you have to drop it. Like, not in conversation right now, because I did tell you we would get back to it, like, once we went over this stuff, and I know I'm taking a moment to sidetrack something, but it's a decision I'm making for myself. But the whole idea, from it being said to you, from all the times that you thought it since it's been said to you, the whole idea, the research, all it, drop it into the ground, into a grave, back to hell, back to sender. And, like, literally picture those words, those thoughts, those memories, like, in front of you. And then imagine them just going into the ground. And fucking drop that shit. Like, mic drop that shit. Like a hardcore rejection. And that's all I'm going to say until we get further down the line and get to that point in the night. Everybody will help you. Some people are really kind. But if I could save you time, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. I'll keep your demons with my demons. I got 60 of them. So I think maybe 67. There's 69 cards, but at least 2 of them are non-demon cards. Maybe 3. Brooms, Sabbat, and I think my Cal is technically a witch. 66 demons. I can take a few more. No, you can we'll find something magical about you, but you got to drop the demon thing. I don't think demons are as magical as you think they are, right? There's so much magic in life, and there's so much magic in science. That's why I'm obsessed with science, is because I'm into magic. It was definitely magic first, then science. Like, being into magic and spirituality is what led me to rogue study things like algebra so that I could try to reteach myself physics. It was a long period of my life. Like, it was 2 years of me attempting to teach myself physics, but I was using the cartoon guide to physics to do it, and also socially, and was taking a lot of my time to be like, does this work? And then try to make it work. But that's, it was like seeing so much proof of magic and miracles is what led me to believe more in science. Although I had a period between being Catholic and questioning and like being spiritual, there was like periods of atheism and I believe in science, not blah blah blah. But then once I hit my spirituality is when I came back around and realized, like, oh, it is science. Yes, that's why I study magic and consider myself a scientist. You get it. See, you're already way more magical than you give yourself credit for, but like, stop aligning yourself with demons, man. That's just a cruel thing for a mother to say. And mothers can be cruel because they're just unhealed women like anybody else is, right? So I just gotta let it roll off your back, honestly, and not think too much about it or think too much into it and fucking literally imagine yourself dropping it. This is so cute, you guys. I've never done this before. Like, I've described these things and I've seen them in my mind's eye or even sometimes like outside of me. Highlight Seeker. We are in the midst of a tarot reading, but we're using the Demon Oracle. So we're doing a karmic connections reading, but before we do, we were just like discussing demons and devils and jinns and Darkonians, not Draconians. So I'm drawing a little map of like the hellscape before we continue in discussing karmic relationships and demons in general. So just wanted to catch you up. Yeah. Thank you. All of that stuff is print to order through Printful, but I have purchased a few of the things. I've purchased my stickers, the hoodie. I feel like there was some other stuff. Not a beanie. Maybe that was it. I thought I ordered more merch than that, but maybe it was just both sheets of my stickers. I don't really remember. I like their merch. It's pretty fucking quality shit for being what it is, and my prices reflect a very low profit margin because it's all print to order stuff, but it is made in the USA and a lot of it is like more natural ingredients, or they at least pretend to have environmental practices and seem to be decently ethical compared to what you would get elsewhere, especially online. And they make it easy for me. But yeah, the shoes in particular I like because it's a combination of like, oh, I can just make bigger ones. That seems weird. Are you sure about that? It seems odd. They're also super expensive because, like, well, I guess that's how much you pay for shoes, and I'm just fucking cheap. But those are like, yeah, I don't know what the size is on there, and I don't know why they would stop being available other than they probably cost more. So I probably was just like, okay, no one's bought the shoes yet. I don't need the extra price option, but I'll look into it if you're serious, or I'll look into it just because it's good to know actually why the fuck that is. Oh, I like those because it's like typewritten poetry pieced together on the shoes and then like the picture in the fucking front. They're cool, yeah. I want them too. I designed. Oh, my scrunchie. Yeah, the scrunchies are fucking dope too. Not that I don't know if you have like long hair would use a scrunchie. Not trying to talk you into that, but like of the purchases, like I said, I like Printful stuff is pretty quality from what I've bought. Yeah, the scrunchies are cool. Like the bones. It's just like at one point in my life, okay, so I was working at this virtual golf place a few years ago and I met a bunch of dudes who golf and like a couple who owned golf courses and like, golf teachers or whatever. And so this guy was like, "Oh, you're a witch, huh?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Got some deer skeletons." And I was like, "Oh, do you know?" He's like, "Yeah." Huh? Fucking cool. So I just had like 2 whole deer. I tried to clean off, dude. I had to soak them. It was bad. It was so. I don't remember. Like I just like ended up kind of. I was moving shortly after I got them fucking so cleaned and sun bleached and like, oh my god, they were looking really beautiful and they're all gone. I don't remember who ended. I do remember, you bastard. That's why you did. You did. You threw them out. You were storing them for me, but still. No one. Hey, I didn't mean anything by the word bastard, and I wasn't saying you as in all 9 people watching. I'm not really sure if who did it is actually fucking viewing right now. It just came to me where I just remember. I was like, what did happen to those 2 fucking whole deer skeleton sets of bones that ended up in a box in someone's garage and rightfully got thrown out when I lived in another state? Yeah. It's all coming back. So, or given away. I hope somebody stole them, But yeah, they were cool. That's probably why you think I do bad magic is because you fucked up my magic, bro. You're the one who threw out the fucking bones, not me. Don't complain about my bones. Complain about how you don't know how to fuck to use them. My God. Anyways, yeah, I don't, dude. I just cannot even unpack all of that. It was it wasn't a repressed memory, but just haven't thought about it in a long time. So I just like had these deer, and so I took a picture of all the deer on a fucking wood board, because the sun is antimicrobial and it'll definitely like kill germs in things, but also like colorize, not color, but like bleach them, like wash them out. So they were just sitting in the sun for a few days one summer, and I took a picture, and then the picture became a scrunchie. That's how this came out, by the way. If y'all were wondering why the fuck, who gave you 2? They literally, we picked up the carcasses whole, and it was like mostly stripped. He's like, they ate it all winter, but there was still like some filigree. I cannot. It was so funny. And then I tried to go at it with a razor blade. It's fine. It was so much fun. My life is fun. It always has been. Okay, so anyways, it's not a reason to hate me, and it's not a reason to be mad. It's just because I enjoy lifing you down, right? Wish I had another song stuck in my head, homies, but I don't. Everybody will hate you. So this, that, so this,
Okay. Sorry, I definitely LOL. What? Forgot I was streaming for a second. I got really into what I was doing. They're expensive because like they had to be. I don't make that much money off any of my merch, but I love designing it and I love creating it, so I don't mind not making that much. But I try to be transparent where you are paying mostly Printful, but it's quality shit, and what they do makes selling merchandise so accessible for someone like me who can't invest in merchandise when I'm not making the sales for it. So I highly support them and I highly support the purchases. But I think the prices are steep, right? Like I've bought in some fucking hardcore nice ass scrunchies from the Dollar Tree. I'm not stupid. Um, it is for the art, you know. Rock Parade by who? And what is Guilty Gear? Another game? That's what I ask myself, and so I try to actually be better at purchasing people's art. And okay, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know anything about games. Like I said, Mortal Kombat is like where I kind of, and I don't even play the new ones. I played the newest Mortal Kombat. I was like unimpressed. It's like y'all leaned into the violence instead of the humor, and I don't like it. Everybody will have you. So I've never told anybody this. So okay, here we go. How much do we have time wise? In 20 minutes. Cool. So I had a near death experience that I've brought up on the stream, but I've never really I started to go into, and I was getting trolled the whole time. I was impatient. I ended up not streaming for a month after that. I was like, fuck, these people don't deserve to know. But also, I knew the reason I was trying to tell the story in the first place was because I knew that it would be, how else to say, relevant to a lot of what comes up in terms of necromancy specifically, but just on the stream in general. So I haven't really talked much about a lot of what happened in those days that I had a near death experience, spiritual awakening, a possible fucking drugging assault situation. I don't fucking know, and I will never know, right? And oh, that's fun. Because that's what I loved about Mortal Kombat, was that it was a 2D fighting game with anime art styles. Not really, but you know, they were American art styles at the time, very hardcore American gaming, I feel like. Um, Toasty. But yeah, that sounds cool. I just don't really game like that. I played Wordle lately. My partner downloaded it. I know everybody's kind of off the tip, but we're on it. So a lot of the stuff that I saw during that time where I had this like near death experience was like very visual, eye opening, beautiful, even telling, but it's very hard to verbalize. And for a while, I just like didn't talk about it, didn't really tell anybody, didn't really care to, you know, because it didn't feel relevant to share. And I felt like I had to have a more refined version in order to, you know what I'm saying, like do anything. Um, huh. And that's why I was saying, like, this is the first time that I'm really sharing a lot of these ideals and what I learned in that time. Until now. And I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm almost even questioning. Go in order. Just go in order. The reason that, well, I shouldn't say in order, go in price order. Skip the pendulum if you want. But the reason that the readings are priced the way they are is like the magnitude of the message, or like sort of like the difficulty level. So the lower tiered, lower priced readings are more relatable, digestible, straightforward, and the higher priced ones should be worked up to. It should not be a first timer that signs up to do a reading of that magnitude necessarily. Like the mystery deck is not for beginners. Even receiving a reading, not necessarily just reading the readings. So just things like that, where yeah, the price points are made to be obvious in that sense. If you just Thoth is a good starting place, but I think like the demons are pretty cheap. But the demon price also being less is for career and not karmic readings. So I do probably need to update the tarot menu. But if you want to work out a plan, we can, where we can get a set price if you're interested in doing it over the course of time. And I will even it out for you if you want to do payments by readings without doing a bunch. Well, I will be down to listen to it. Maybe on the next commercial break. I was going to say when I'm not streaming because I can't play music on here. Cool. But yeah, next break. It's 4 minutes, but whatever. I'll listen to 3 minutes of it. Can't get flagged. Y'all know how it is. Okay. Everybody will help you. I really feel like if you didn't already listen to that with us, or you don't know what the fuck I'm singing, or you're hearing those words for the first time, even though I think everybody's been here, right? You should look at the lyrics and you should look into it and you should kind of read them and see what the message is there for you, because it keeps coming up and I just feel like it is so relevant. Well, thank you for sharing too. It means a lot. Yeah, so you can, if you go to the Connect page on the website, you can put in a formal submission so that I remember to have this conversation with you. I'll message you or email you back, either via the website or a provided email address. So go ahead and fill out an inquiry slip. This is not really going to work with dry erase markers, but that's okay. It's almost kind of the point. Everybody will help you. It's at least kind of semi-color coded. Thank you. Okay, we're all baked here. Well, half baked for the most part. Come on, give it to me. I I also think in my near-death experience, because it may have been a drugging or was a drugging or whatever, it was extremely hallucinatory. And based on my beliefs and my ability to confirm what dead people say to me with the living, aka my work with necromancy, I think that I was in the underworld, but I would also understand that the reason it seemed kind of familiar or like a setup is because I think a lot of people go to this place without necessarily digesting where or what it is for what it's worth, like when they do trip or have a near death experience or even fever dreams, right? Get really intense. So anything essentially that brings us towards the brink of death can incur this vision or this dimension opening to kind of perceive what is always there but is typically inaccessible. And I've had a similar stance since day one, where I always thought, even when I was like peak drug days and very curious about LSD and all that shit, I always felt like part of what appealed to me about those drugs was that the human mind would inherently have to be capable of achieving the things that you can do on LSD without it. That was like my earliest thesis. It was like a paper I wrote for class, or I don't know if that was the paper. I wrote it about drugs, and then the reason my professor was okay with it is because I had the argument that you could do it without the drug. He brought up that notion, and I said, absolutely yes. And he was like, okay, fine, do it. Like, I'll support the paper as long as you don't think drugs are the answers. I'm like, absolutely not. I'm just fascinated by them. My English teacher was not as hype as my psychology teacher because I did like a fucking acid versus shrooms compare contrast paper because I was like bored as fucking English 101 and needed it as a credit. So it was, or English 102, I think. So she was like, if you're such a good writer, couldn't you pick something else? And I'm like, yeah, but if I'm not interested, how good is it going to be? And she was like, fucking A, it's an A. Like, you're an adult. I can't mark you down for this, but it's not really my vibe. And I'm like, I get it, but it's mine. Thanks. So anyways, if you're just popping in, we are in the midst of a karmic demon kind of tarot spread, but it's mostly channeled messages from various demons, and I'm currently working on a drawing of the underworld or hell or all of them. Are you sure you're not confusing that with our stream the other night when I volunteered the information that I took LSD for my final APE contest? Or were you just on a date, by the way? Where have you been, Dom? And you never picked a reading, by the way. I was going to email you today. You never picked a reading. Oh, you said you were scared, so I guess you can also fill out a request form on my website if you want to discuss what a good option or a medium would be, or if there's any other content you'd be interested in to complete the trade. But I, for one, do not like having open trades, and I owe you, and I'd like to be able to gift you something. Please, so let me know down. And we've been because, you know, everybody's different. We talked about that earlier. Don't get defensive just because we are people who don't have friends. He's probably way cooler and way better looking than us, and he can't relate. Just kidding, Tom. Gosh, relax, relax, relax. We're all teasing, we're all joking, we're all having a good time, right? Because if we're not, we're done, you know? yeah, Dom, I'm sorry. We've had this conversation before where we went a little too hard. I don't want to put you on the spot again. Yeah, it's just not your vibe. Oh, but I was even talking to Austin anyways, so ignore me. 2 times over. Yeah, this is gonna be soups cool. I think you guys are really gonna like what I'm working on. Everybody will help you. Oh my god, so beautiful, right? I don't know. You can pay through the website. It might have a PayPal option available, but I think I opted out because I don't like PayPal that much. They always take money, even for personal transactions. So yeah, and all transactions can be made through my website, which is through Wix, by the way. It's not some shady thing I built myself. It's a reputable site that allowed me to build through them. Please do not be scared of my website. And if you're just tuning in, feel free to go over and sign up to be a member. Get access to exclusive member features. I might even do some kind of something else, but right now it's just support me. It's free. Okay. Really wish I knew where the fuck my blue dry erase marker is, but I do not, unfortunately, know. In case y'all wondering what the fuck I'm doing, don't worry about it, but I'm almost done. I cannot wait to describe this to you. I think, like I said, I think you'll really like it. Time works different everywhere you go. Okay. Oh my gosh. Y'all are gonna love this. I know, I'm sorry I'm not really talking or paying much attention. Nobody's saying anything. We're all just like really tensely waiting for this thing that you're making. Yes, look at this. I'm just like holding all these markers. It's coming together really nicely. It's not gonna make any sense until I really explain it, but I'm also trying to fucking figure out like exactly how to. Okay. Think. Oof. What did I do? Huh. Hmm. Okay. It was done, and then it slipped, and I erased something a little bit. So I was like, "What did I get wrong about that?" It also was like practically illegible, and I wish I had my fucking blue one. Is it ad time already? Shit, yeah, we got 2 minutes. Good call. Let's do ad time. Thank you for reminding me because I knew it was like 20 minutes, but yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hyperfocus can be a blessing and a curse is a really nice way of being like, hello, did you forget we were streaming? It did. I didn't, but you guys are going to like this, and then everything will be coming together. So, yes, you can. I wondering. Yeah, before we get into this, I know it's like late already. It's been 3 hours, and you're like, oh, we should try to get this reading the whole night, but this will be worth it. And I'm really excited to actually finally go over this and record it. Watch me like drop dead during this ad break. That'd be fucking wild. That's like what I've always been afraid of. If I wrote it all down, that they would just be like, okay, now you could die because you served your life purpose, and that was for us to steal your ideas, make them our own, and make sure that you can never come back to this world or whatever. But I think that might be part of the delusions that I experienced because of the paranoia from all the anxiety of my hormone levels fluctuating, shifting rapidly and ragingly. So that's what I'm saying. And this, I think y'all are really going to like. But what we're going to do is bust out some ads. And I am probably going to take a little bit of a longer break where I need to listen to this song. And I got to pee and I need water. And I should probably have a bite of food or whatever. So we're just going to take a bit of an extended ad break. And I'll probably check in during or between the commercials. So that being said, 1 minute. So let's just do it. We'll all be back in around 10. So thanks for staying tuned in. I love you guys.
All right, y'all. I am back with the tarot. Polaroid boy, are you still with us? Because, like, I see there's a few people here. We've had lurkers all night. Understandable. Hello to the bat. But I mean, Austin was in it for the long haul, so I just before I like really pick up and keep going, I kind of want to make sure he's still with us, unless he said he had to go or something. But I think we all took a break. So he might just not be back yet. I'm not sure. So don't want to get too deep. Got the homies. I am really excited about this drawing. I should probably take a picture of it. Because like I said, I've never drawn it before. What did I do with this? Never drawn it before. And I've been thinking about it for like 3-4 years now. Again, when it's going on 4 years, but yeah, I think this is a decent kind of, I want a more detailed version someday that's proper drawn on paper and whatnot, but man, maybe Austin's not coming back or he's having connectivity issues like it was earlier. In which case, there's not a whole lot we could do. But I can waste some time. Lord knows I know how to waste time. Wow, it's really cute. It's pretty. I can't wait to explain it. Maybe we're not getting Austin back. I don't know. Oh, hello. Who's joined us? We are in the midst of a tarot reading, and I'm going to explain this map of the underworld I just drew. I was trying to see if the homie was still in the chat. Hello, boy. I didn't want to go too far if you were going to come back after our break, but it's okay if we lost you. I just don't know how long to wait. So if you're just tuning in or you're back with us, we have not gotten to any of the cards that are on the table because we had a very at-length discussion about karmic relationships and how they look in friendships. We also had a deep dive on what it means to be a demon and some of the purposes of demons, as well as other species that are very similar to demons, but have very different jobs and very different features. So it's been a hell of a night, and I briefly mentioned my NDE in regards to the map that I just drew. So I want to crack back into it. I'm giving everybody a couple minutes to come back from, we had a little extended break there. So I think you are here. That's so random. That's okay. All you missed was me saying, I want to make sure Austin's still here because he's been here the whole time and it would be rude to start without him, but if we lost him, it's no big deal. I was like, his internet cut out earlier. We got to give him a couple minutes. So if you're here, I'm ready to go. Like, we're going to get into it. So part of the reason we haven't done the cards yet is because tonight is the first time I've used the demon deck in a while, probably since October, that I recall. The very beginning of Halloween season, so like Libra to Scorpio season, I probably pulled the demon deck out. But I don't use them a lot, and whenever they come out, they get the zoomies, like we talked about earlier. So a lot of times there will be there's a ton of cards on the table, but they just don't stop. And today they stopped because I feel like we just kind of went with a lot of what came up. People were asking questions, and I had direct answers, and it felt like I was channeling some of them without channeling anyone in particular. So it is possible to get possessed by demons, but only because it's possible to get possessed by every and any entity, including humans. I do this. I say the same thing where sometimes people possess me when I'm channeling rather than just actual channeling, right? Because channeling is when you speak for or someone speaks through you, but possession is when they become you and they use your extremities and they use your image to reflect their own. So it's not like possessions aren't restricted to demons, and so it's not necessarily an insidious move for a demon to possess you, but a lot of them do not speak your language. They don't speak your language. So sometimes they possess you to get a message across. Just like a spirit would, but most spirits will talk to you because they speak your language, because most spirits that would possess you are ones that you would know, or live where you live or what have you. So easier to communicate with human spirits or human forms rather than like demon, animal, etc. So there were some more specific questions that I wanted to be able to address, and I felt it would be easier to address them if I drew this and explained what I'm talking about. This is like the first time I'm really doing this, and I'm doing it on live, and I need a pointer, so I guess I'm going to use this. How cute. I'm so excited for Valentine's Day. I low-key do have something coming up. And I haven't announced it yet. So I'm going to be sorting out the details this week. But yeah. See the world with love. Okay. I know this is not going to look like much to y'all, but this is my best depiction of the all-encompassing underworld. Exhibit A. Yeah, okay. I know it's a little messy. It was hard to do with dry erase markers, but also easy to configure because it was they're so changeable. So the reason I did this is so I could better explain karmic connections and how they're different than like demons, I guess, or soulmates. And basically like the way you turn is kind of like the way you go. But all right, so bear with me. Like I said, I've seen this in my mind's eye. Well, no, it wasn't my mind's eye. This was so crazy. It was like I was having full-blown outside of my head, outside of my eyeballs, visions, hallucinations. But even when I talked to my therapist at the time, right after this happened, she was like, that way you're describing these hallucinations definitely sound more drug-induced than they do mental-oriented. Just because the nature of hallucinations with mental health disorders do not realize or materialize to the degree that things were for me that month that this happened. So like this took days for me to get through, by the way. This was not just like a quick tour. This was like fucking hours, days, maybe weeks. I don't know. This was like a fucking whole month-long process, but this is theoretically the underworld, okay? So some major key points to point out. I put the entrance here, but think of it this way. This is like an aerial view from the side. So it would be like this, where there's the thing in the middle, the human form here. I don't know if it's like that obvious to tell. Is essentially laying on its back and stand like up. So all of these would be this way rather than this way. Like it's not top, middle, bottom. It's middle surrounding area. But the way I'm showing you is like, yeah. So headquarters. Ironic, I know. This is like a disco ball in which all life and all light projects and refracts from. Okay, so everyone technically somehow has a spot on what I call the disco ball of life, but it's more complicated than that because there isn't really 8 billion slots. Now, if you wanted to think of something like, I don't know if the Matrix is the right
movie. It might be more X-Files, but no spoilers. Where this type of setup, it is very similar to thinking of yourself in like, 333 on the time. Think of yourself not in necessarily a deprivation tank, but more like a space suit. Thank you, Jimmy, for the follow. Space suit or space navigation suit. Like not a spaceship, but more in a space suit. Here, and you plug in. So it's like every time you have an ND or just be on the other side or whatever, okay? This is like where our base core soul, human flesh, divine control is. As odd as it sounds, I don't know how else to describe it, but it's like we're all part of this greater system and we cannot be moved from our spot until we are disconnected. But the only ways to get disconnected is one in life. If you get disconnected, you get ejected into the frontal space here, right? Like you kind of just detachment, dissociation, drug use. Like that's not what those things always are going to be indicative of, but it would be like a sign or a symptom, right? So you can get ejected or you can get dejected, where like when you die, you recess in and you fall into this net. This drawing here would be all encompassing underneath theoretically, right? But I just had the space to draw the net. So it's like a net of blue electric. I can't find my blue dry erase marker, but it's like the power grid that encompasses all of this, right? So that power grid directly reflects the disco ball in the sense that for every square, every projection, there's a counter reflection, but it works more like the way the internet would, where you can send a frequency, a signal, a shard of light to the outer lying network that, again, it encompasses it spherically. So it's like all 360 around it. But everything else is chambered within it. So there's like the tunnels. It's what I call the tunnels. And then there's just like rooms in the tunnels. So you can see that I drew this red is to sort of like define the shape of all the outer layers, or the outer chambers is what I call them. And it goes like a tube that you would walk through this way around the body, right? And the body is what sustains all life because it's all being projected from the head. And so each limb is represented by a section of this cavern. And so even though the head is central controls, the crown is the cafe. And what happens in the cafe is like, it's sort of anything goes. It's not like necessarily a fancy cafe. It can be very, I don't want to say mob oriented, but you will catch like mobsters and gangsters and gamblers and a lot of like strippers working in there. Like it's not like a coffee cafe, but there's tables and they're all really sectioned out and you kind of like float above. Like it's all floating, but you float, like everyone's huge in there. I don't know how to explain it. I've worked a shift there, but I don't know why. And it's like caverns where everybody kind of has a spot or know where to go or like know someone. That's what okay. That's a good point. I was calling it the underworld, but yeah, it's probably more the astral plane considering I'm talking about projections, but we incorporate death into it. So this crown area, the cafe, the caverns, where you like, it's really big and hollow and empty because it is projections because it kind of is suspended above, you get the vantage point of being able to see below, but it's open to everyone. So it's just how much time you spend in the cafe or like how you pay for the cafe, because despite popular belief, what you have in this life, to an extent you do take with you. You are building, the thing is, it's not always going to be that you get to take all your monetary value because everything has a different currency, different value. I just used what markers I had to color code it. It's not red, it's more like gray. It's more like there's no colors. Yeah. So like it's a different currency and there's different ways to pay off your time in the cafe or like what you're doing. Because again, it's like gambling, strippers, and that kind of vibe.
at each of the tables, but they're not casino tables. They're bare, empty tables. It's like almost like using your imagination or like meeting other souls, but meeting in the mind and going places while you're sitting there, right? But like being here. So part of the cafe and part of the reason this area is suspended is because you can drop down from the tables, and this is what I call the waiting room. Okay, so if this is our entrance, you go this way, you are headed upstairs to the cafe or downstairs to the waiting room. Now, this is where I'm going to start talking about soul ties, because if you have a lot of soulmates or really important soulmates in this life, then typically you'd go right, because part of the reason you go to the waiting room is to be able to guardian angel for people. You just pick a screen. Usually, if there's, it's almost like it, because we all have more than one soulmate, you can like stay as long as you want to and wait for whoever you want to. And that's part of the reason people spend, that's why it's like however much time you spend in the cafe, is because people want to be checking on their screens. I don't want to get into that because honestly, no, he's probably more in the ether. He's probably like in the net, because that room that I described was like the blue electricity where he like, think about, have you seen Coraline? But towards the end with the spider web. Like that, where he's like, whoop, in a thing, but to himself, like he built it. Like not a prison, but like he put himself there because he's just doesn't want to obsessively watch the screen, doesn't want his presence to be known, right? And some people are like, okay, well, why this person needs, So they grab a beer, come down, watch the screens. This is where your guardian angels make moves, right? They'll be like, skirt, and like flicker the lights or push this person here or algorithm that, and they just mess with the screens. Yeah. So when you have a lot of soulmates or there's people that you're waiting for, no, we're talking about Kurt Cobain. When you have people you're waiting for, can y'all hear my fucking washing machine right now? It got loud as fuck. I don't know what the fuck. I think it's intense. It's not even that big of a load. I think it just spins so fucking fast, and I put it on like medium spin, but god damn, does it ever need to spin this fast or any faster? Anyways, so if you have a lot of soulmates, you come and wait for them. Totally normal for my channel, Jimmy. You're great. You're in the right place. I also was tired. You can rewatch the beginning of this stream. The first like 30 minutes to an hour, I was like, I'm tired. I'll probably go to bed, blah, blah, blah. And then 2 hours in, I was like, okay, boys, strap in. We're about to descend into the underworld. And now 2 hours later. Dude, what? There's a fucking demon in my washing machine. He's like, I was doing laundry. Excuse you, streaming in. Yeah, he's pissed. So we still have 40 minutes of uninterrupted ads, but honestly, it's I don't know how loud it is for y'all, but it's probably louder for me because it's a noise canceling mic. I'm gonna roll some ads. I just want to see how much time is left on it, or figure out what it's doing that. Okay, but it's distracting me is my thing, where it's like it's probably not that loud for you, but for me, it's like breaking my concentration. I don't understand what's going on, so I'll just be right back. Sorry, I don't know when the ad ended, but I wasn't paying attention. Everybody will help you. If somebody's like, okay, besides y'all being here the whole time, if somebody watches this, they just keep hearing me sing the same line from that song. I think I know all the words, but I don't necessarily always remember the order because it's like the same pattern and they just change like one or two lines through the verses. But there's a reason it's resonating so hard. I think like I said, it's such an important message. It's so much more powerful coming from Nico than coming. Okay, listen, it is. Look, some people are very kind, but if I could save your time, I just wish I would at least sing a Nico song where I knew all the words the whole way through. But yeah, no, I think about changing the titles all the time because it's like, it would be nice if I put whatever. Okay, yeah, sorry, let's get back to it. You're right. Keep us like, listen, Jimmy. We're obviously a crew over here and easily distracted ADHD types full of testosterone. Help us focus. Dude, love Jimmy Eat World. But it's just Eat, I think. Jimmy Eats World. Isn't it? Now you're freaking me out. Jimmy Eats World? I think it's just Jimmy Eat World. No offense, it is. Yeah, like I fucking know. I was there, homie. Just kidding, they're almost as old as I am, but I was more there than you, little baby. Shush. I'm just, right? I'm like, almost, yeah, about as old as fucking that band. Okay, so back to this, and not marijuana. So we landed here, where you wait for people to die, basically. They come in the entrance, they see you, you watch everyone else. Once you get your whole family or whoever you want to take with you to the next life, to the other parts of the underworld. Yeah, okay, figured. Thanks for clarifying. Dork. No, I'm just kidding. We're all kind of nerds over here. Okay, that's funny because to me it was kind of obvious about the Great, but then like the fact that your dad was named after that is oddly specific because I feel like how common is it to reference Alexander the Great? But also, Alexander the Great came up on one of the Alien streams we did because of the X's. That's okay. X being a sign of extraterrestrial life in language, which you see repeated throughout cultures, but not all cultures have the letter X. And so people with X in their name, especially at that time, think Alexander, not that time, but any time in human history, Alexander the Great or Alexander Hamilton is how it came up, and Alexander the Great also came up, but we didn't go into as much detail. Whereas Alexander Hamilton, maybe. At this point, we all have alien DNA. At that point, it was more colonizing alien vibes. You feel me? Jesus was also an alien, ironically, right? Like that's what we kind of theorize on this channel. Okay. So everybody meets up here. They go to the cafe or do whatever, check it out, and then they decide like, okay, I think it's basically like once you come in, there's no wrong answer. You have to pick left or right. And it's so funny because throughout my whole life, I don't know why, but I always choose left, and I say that. If anyone's ever like, pick one, which way to go, like, when you're cruising around, when you're young and maybe not young, but just, cruising, do cruise, which way should we go? And I say every single time, I always choose left. Somebody has two things, I always choose left. Like, it's just a phrase, and I didn't think about it because I never drew the entrance before. I never put this on paper before. But I realized, like, okay, the reason people go right is because they're waiting for someone you know? There's like a grace period where when you're still outside of the chambers, like when you're like when you're realizing you're dead, when you know what I'm saying? Or like before you get integrated into it. But when you walk in, you choose, do you go right or do you go left? And the reason a lot of people go right is because they're like, oh, I want to wait for so-and-so, we'll help them out, watch them, and then we can walk through together. But once you go right, you have to keep going right. But if you go left, you have to keep going left. And that's like, this is blowing my mind because it's making so many of my dreams make sense. And y'all were talking about your dreams being crazy, but I've always been like that. Like, I had some really wild dreams. But lately, it's almost like I forget them on purpose because like I get so exhausted from all this work I do. I used to do. The reason I got into this is because of my dreams. It started with my dreams. It was always sleeping, meditative thoughts. Like as a child, I'd be like, I'm just going to envision patterns so I can fall asleep faster. What? People literally spend decades trying to do that. And then lucid dreaming as a result. Like, I don't know why. Like, yeah. You missed a whole lot. I think you'll really like this channel, Jimmy. It's a cool vibe, but it's very different, and you will not find this kind of content anywhere. What's your sun sign, by the way? I see that your account is a Taurus, but what are you? Yeah, the dreams of. Okay, so I have like different rankings of dreams. Like there's just regular dreams where you're like totally out of touch, barely remember anything. And then there's lucid dreams where you're in control of what you do. But then there's what I call liquid dreams that are the ones that like you're not necessarily fully cognizant or dictating what's happening, but you feel like you're awake and you feel like you're there. Those are like the liquid dreams. So those are like the in-between spaces. But I feel like we can do a deep dive on dreams. Liquid dreams, yeah. I've been lucid dreaming since I was a kid, so they throw me into like liquid dreams, but I pretty much always lucid dream. I don't always get to design where I am, and that's something I haven't practiced since I was a kid. But I can usually only do it with flying. Like I can usually only build a world if I'm flying. And I can choose where I'm flying or what I'm flying over, what it looks like. But I can do it daydreaming, like awake. I can build realities, but not while I'm sleeping necessarily. But I have control over myself pretty much no matter how intense the dream is. Even the fadey ones that you wake up and don't remember, like I'll remember bits because I'm doing something or having a conscious thought of like, God damn it. Like I literally not have control over the dream, but have control over myself and my thoughts. So it'll be like, what the fuck is this? Like, who is this? Show me this. And I also feel like because people generally sleep at the same time, a lot of our dreams are unconscious or subconscious thoughts, memories, etc., desires even. Because I sleep at the opposite time that most people sleep, I have very intense dreams. And considering you're all up with me right now, this could also be y'all's problem, is that because you're sleeping when people are awake and conscious, your dreams become conscious. Like it's not unconscious energy being shared amongst unconscious people. It's a bunch of conscious people surrounding your unconscious state and influencing your unconscious. Yeah. You have to learn how to control it, but like I've been trying to, well, I have not necessarily mastered it because like I said, I can't just like build a dream, but it's a 25-year practice for me already, so it's not something that you can like tread lightly with, but I try to just be able to direct best I can in that regard. But yeah, this is all probably tied into the fact that I can talk to dead people and why y'all are cool with me talking to dead people. Cool. Yeah, that's all of us. I used to be afraid of sleeping at night too. I think there is a reason. Okay, someone brought up to me, and this is like, these are my friends who are, well, my friends is a witch, and she comes from a line of witches, and she grew up practicing, but her partner is like, sure, I accept you, and I'm learning, you know. So I was talking to them about
sleep schedules, and it was the partner, the like less into this partner, who suggested that our circadian rhythm on a personal level would come from our ancestors' circadian rhythms for different reasons, like being a night watchman. That's why we're scared to sleep at night, because at one point our lineage, our bloodline, or our past incarnations were meant to stay up through the night and keep watch. And now you have a fear of falling asleep at night because you know you're the night watchman. And maybe when you were in that lifetime, you died because you fell asleep, or like you got attacked or whatever, or it happened in the night even though you were awake. But I'm guessing you probably fell asleep and never woke up again, and because you fell asleep on the shift, and that's why it's like still part of you. But also, even on a lineage standpoint in genetics, or like I said, if you come from a long line of like hunters and gatherers and yours went out at nighttime for decades, generations, centuries, then that's who you become. That's what you encode in your DNA when you pass along. So, yeah, he brought that up, and I was like, that's such a good point on a biological or spiritual stand, that it would be based on like what jobs we've always done. Because that's the thing too, is I have flashbacks. Like, I am white. I'm from America and was born in America, but like most of my grandparents weren't. Or no, one of my grandparents weren't, but none of my great grandparents were born here, right? And then one of my grandparents wasn't born here. So I'm like second, third generation, or whatever. Doesn't matter. Point being, my technical lineage and ancestry far from traces to American civil roots. Like, I know that they weren't here. Like I know my family trees. They were actually in Canada. Some of them. Nice, thank you. Happy birthday. I know it's Aquarius season now, but it was just past and you weren't here yet. So what day was it? Tell me the 13th. I just moved my 13 from this spot to this spot because I wanted to hang my back cover, even though I never finished my album technically because I failed to finish the last song. It wasn't the last song, it's song number 3, I think, or no, number 4. Yeah. I'll have to take a picture of that though so y'all can see it. I love it. It's so funny and clever to me. I don't know. The 8th, nice. Someone else I know is the 8th. I know a bunch of Capricorns, and I always knew December Capricorns, and then was recently interacting with a slew of January Capricorns. Anyways, there you are, infected with the water strain. I was looking at the album, I just thought of that. Yeah, I wish I concentrated better. We kind of got distracted. We can do a deep dive on dreams, not tonight though, because this is a lot. It's already 4 hours, and I feel fine, but I ain't gonna want to talk about dreams after we talk about death. Let's keep going. So, you go one way, you go the other way. You stick to the way. It's like, So once you get to these other points, though, people go in all different directions, and that's what makes it like a fucking metropolis. It's not like a prison. It's not just like you go here, you go here. It's busy. It's like a whole city, but like bigger than a city. It's like a land, So let's just take the cafe route, and then we'll talk about what it means to go reverse at the end. So you go this way, wait for whoever, watch the screens, get the cafe, get the look, talk, you catch up. This is where people catch up and say what you miss or what you want. It loops, and that's why you go either way, but you essentially are entering and exiting each loop you go. Unless you get a spot, but I'll get into that. So beyond the cafe is the fucking forest. This is like, again, I think when people do drugs, which like I used to do drugs, don't get me wrong, I've tripped, but I've taken a lot more psychedelics than citizens who have tried or don't do psychedelics, right? Probably more than all of you, because you are, I've got 10 years on you.
When it comes to people who do psychedelics, I have barely tasted, right? So I never had this kind of trip until I was either like drugged or just like starved myself into a trip, right? Like I didn't sleep or eat for 30 days, so I hallucinated death. Here it is. This was my hallucination. But it may have been PCP sounded. I read some PCP stories. And I was like, damn, that really sounds like somebody may have drugged me with PCP, but it would have had to happen like so many times. So yeah, so like I am a well-versed veteran compared to the lots of you, dude. Because I tried to sleep and I was having like, we just talked about like liquid and lucid dreams. Imagine sleep paralysis, but you can move and you can hear and you know you're awake. Or you're just trying to sleep, so you just stay still anyways, but you can feel it. And sleep paralysis is usually like a demon on your chest feeling like you can't move or whatever, but this was like, I'd lay there and I'd hear voices like, okay, stand still. And I remember one of them, I just had my eyes closed, like, I'm just going to pretend to sleep for 8 hours. Like, it was like I was on drugs, but if I consumed drugs, I was drugged. Like, I unknowingly, unconsciously consumed. The only drugs that I had consumed in that period or before that period was like weed and alcohol. But because I got it from other people, did those people fucking drug the weed and alcohol? Maybe. I don't know. I'm never gonna know. This is after that 30 days, yep, of just like my sleeps were like more intense than nightmares. So it would just be like I'd lay there and it would be nonstop hallucinatory, whatever. I like one point felt, okay, I'm like literally trying to sleep and I can hear it and I can like visually see it, but I felt this shit, man. It was fucked up. It was so horrible. But I literally like felt an axe split into my brain and feel someone peel it open, reach in and try to fucking yank my crystal. Everybody's got like a base crystal, and they chipped it because they couldn't get it out, so they fucking chipped it and took it and then like sewed my head back up. So you can imagine I didn't really can sleep, but it was like sleep paralysis level resting, where like my eyes were closed, my body was still, it was dark, but I was like, it was like I couldn't turn off the visuals. And then I'd have finally fall, like if I actually fell asleep, hyper realistic dreams beyond what you can think of, dealing with people I know in real life, stressful situations, like the worst stress dreams ever. And I'd wake up after 5 minutes, 20 minutes of these like intense nightmares where I'd be like, okay, I'm finally actually sleeping, but I've descended into hell. Holy shit, I need to get out of here and wake up and get out. Like, I wasn't sleeping. I was attempting sleep. And I got some sleep, and that's how it sustained me for so long, was those 5 minute, 20-minute naps. But I couldn't sleep. I was somewhere else. I was having dreams where I'd get up and walk through my whole house. So then I'd, once again, 30 minutes later, I'd be like, all right, so what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Okay. So I wouldn't be awake. I wouldn't be sleeping. The whole time it was nonstop awake or with my eyes closed is the thing. And that's why the emphasis is not how real it felt when I was asleep, but I was going through the same shit awake. That's why I was trying to fucking sleep it off, bro, because I couldn't stop these visions or these thoughts, these hallucinations, these voices. I was like, what is this? Like, I was already reading tarot cards and I kind of talked to the dead people I knew, but I was not on the level of necromancy that I'm on now, and I did not have total control or understanding of those skills and powers, so they were not of my own, where it was probably testing lessons, whatever, but it's like going through a shamanic experience without your shaman guide. They were like, guide yourself, bitch. And I was like, okay. Guess I will. It ended with my crucifixion, but I lived. So I guess that's the story of the Antichrist, because it's something very similar to what Jesus did. Amen. Let's move on. So we went left. I brought up psychedelics for a reason, by the way. That's literally, we're going to get to fucking going pointed over here, okay? Don't worry. I'll tell you all about that. Where are we for ad time? 39. Not bad. Still got 40 straight minutes with me, y'all. So this forest The reason I brought up drugs in the first place was because of this forest. It's the woods. It's like your neck of the woods, but it's not necessarily an evil woods, but it's not necessarily a good woods. It's very much in between Blacklight vibes. It's if you look up pictures of Electric Forest, it was Electric Forest to me because I have been there. And it was described to me that way, and a lot of souls that enjoy that stuff in this lifetime will spend a fucking ton of time in here, and of course can access it because you access the net when you connect to or via anything, drugs, music, whatever. But the forest exists without the drugs because it is part of the underworld, and I think that's something that people would probably associate with drugs and not associate with death and not associate with the underworld or Hades or whatever, because they think of it as, like we said, astral projection to another plane or whatever. Thinking of it as a psychedelic place or sacred geometry or life, really. A lot of attachment to life with that culture. But it's like the underworld. It's death. You're not on the verge of life when you take drugs. You're on the verge of death when you take drugs. You are essentially starving yourself, and you probably are a little bit sleep deprived. In addition to taking chemicals and different molecules that affect the way that you perceive those things. So, duh. It's like the experience I had, but like I almost said postpartum. I don't know, maybe. Oh, right. I'm glad I said that. Postpartum depression. Also, crazy because I have PMDD, which is like a period thing. So a lot of hormone issues and blood and a whole bunch of stuff that made me think, it made everyone else think I might be dealing with aliens. Probably in the forest, yeah. Anything you'd imagine in the forest is in the forest, but then like it's also electric black light forest. It's like it's a dead forest, but the way we perceive death is different in human flesh because we bleed and have organs, whereas in the underworld there's no life. So think monkey bone meets electric forest. There might be some crows. You know what I'm saying? You might see some demons and creepy crawlers, but no one's evil or insidious necessarily. But here's the thing, you got your fucking prison right here. So basically, oh, well, you should become friends with them. I think the point is to become friends with the crows. If I've never met any crows. I've never met a murder. I've never seen a murder of crows. I have seen birds that it might be a crow, but it's more likely a raven or a blackbird because not only size, but also the fact that crows typically do stay in a murder instead of flying solo. Yeah, you gotta bring them gifts, you guys. What are you doing? You get to see crows and you don't even know. You gotta give them little trinkets and stuff and let them know that you want to be friends with them too, because if they stalk you like that, there may have been someone in your family who was friendly with the crows, who maybe fed birds. If like your grandma used to feed birds in the backyard and you live down the street from her and you see crows a lot or something like that. I don't know if she had curly white hair, but they remember. They know your family, and they tell their family who your family is. And so if you piss off a crow, you'll have a fucking undying vendetta with the crows, and they will seek revenge on every generation of your bloodline. But if you befriend the crows, they will also support, follow, and bring gifts to your bloodline for eternity. So befriend them. If you see them, give them gifts. It doesn't have to be a snack. They like trinkets. You can give them a button. It's not like you want to give them choking hazards, but that's the thing. Crows are really smart, and they collect them, and they'll bring them back. Yeah. Yeah. Surreal dreams. Yeah. So, anyway, there's probably crows in the forest. So you walk through the electric forest of death. Which is cool. It's really cool. It's very much, like I said, monkey bone meets electric forest, right? But when you get out of it, is the not the caverns. This is, I guess, the caverns, taverns, but this is like the cave, right? This is the echo chamber, if you will. This is hell as we perceive it, the Christian ideal of hell. This is where the torture and the fire and the flames take place. So you'll know when you walk in what your sentencing is. Because if you die and you ultimately were good, this concept of heaven is basically wherever you decide to go from here. If you decide to commit to becoming a creature of the trees, or if you want to work in administration, or if you want to sit in the cafe for a little while before you leave, if you want to go out and reincarnate, whatever, heaven is beyond this point. So you might be able to access your own slice of heaven, but you're going to walk through here regardless. So you'll know when you walk in the door if you have a sentence or not. Not everybody gets a sentence, like I said. Like nobody's worried about these petty crimes. We're looking for people who never get caught embezzling mass amounts of money, murderers, but murderers with no remorse and no reason. It's not even like murder's going to get you a sentence. It's the way, how, and who you murder that gets you a sentence. Does that make sense? So this is all free range, but this is where you go to serve your sentence. But that's why you get to choose which way. Because for people who have a sentence, especially depending on how long it is, they put it off as long as possible. They fuck around and meet people. They get caught up, and then they eventually gotta go. But if they go this way, we'll get there. But they get it done, and then they get to go enjoy themselves and be free and peek into the other realm and stuff like that. So that's part of the reason there is a choice where it's like it's open in there. So you just have to pick. You go in this way or that way. So if you are just walking through, part of being there and being human and knowing that you could have been, and people morally corrupt in their fields sometimes will have tickets where they have to sit there and watch, but everyone else, it's pretty much a walk through where you can kind of see it. And it's like these deep trenches, and there's the layers and circles where if you look up, it's like, oh, and you look down, it's, and it's almost like you're looking through the glass, but there's no glass. You just can't, without a sentence, you can't get in there if you don't work there, whatever. So you'll see demons and stuff, but yeah, you can watch torture and you can see hellfire, and if someone wrongs you or abuses you, yeah, it's like a zoo for people who suck. So you can go spectate. So you can go watch whoever be tortured during their sentencing. Or if you were a sinner, it's like, not Orange is the New Black, Clockwork Orange, where you're forced to sit and be like, your life could have become this, and you're lucky you evaded that and stopped when you did, and maybe this will uncorrupt your heart, essentially. So that's, yeah. And then this is the river Styx, does run through. It goes under the body because it, we'll get to this last, but it goes under the body, so to speak, but above the net. And it kind of flows through, I think, all of this. Like you said, the red is the red healing, blah, blah, blah. I think it's the river Styx kind of goes through, but I didn't draw it because I don't know. So you can cross this however you can. There's usually a demon that'll give you a riddle and help you across, but the riddles are like whack as fuck moral code, or they're totally random, you can never get it right. So you just literally wait for passing ships in the night. So a lot of people end up here and can visit. I guess we will go to this part, and they can visit the garden. And do the walk through an arboretum, think big garden, big lush, nothing like the Coraline garden, but mixed with an arboretum that you'd find outside. The most luscious, beautiful. It's wild flowers, and there's bugs, but they don't bother you. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. It's always sunny. It's always warm. It's always the perfect temperature. No breeze, but not heat, so you don't miss the breeze. Perfect garden, but only a few get a seat in the garden is the thing. So you can go check out the garden while you wait for your ride, or you can go through the whole thing and get out on the other side.
because you cannot just like fucking walk through or swim through the river Styx. It's not like you can die anymore, but it's almost like it's just a drain pipe back and you have to start over. So even if you already did your sentence or something and you fucking go in, you're like, fuck. It's like an elimination thing. It's not like a dying mutilation thing, right? And then this last area is kind of like everything that's left. Like I said, I put this the net here just so you could see it. And then this is just like a general portal. Like this is sort of like space is encompassing beyond the net. So you can access it from the garden, and that's why only certain people are allowed to stay in the garden, because they are essentially the portal keepers, decide what goes in and out basically. So John Lennon sits in the garden, and he's the one who came and got me and brought me in and told me I can sit with him as long as I want. And I thought eternity wouldn't be a bad spot. So we'll see how that pans out. And it's like beautiful. And I also always hated John Lennon, before you ask. Wasn't my first choice. Yeah, it is. So then at the end or in the beginning, it's administrations and it's reflection and it's plans. So you basically sit and review. It's these like pod chamber things, and I don't know, it's like the Akashic records. And that's why pyramids. That's why the Egyptians were, I don't know much about Mayan culture. I don't know enough about Mayan culture or Aztec culture to speak on it, but I don't want to discredit what they did or state that this is what they did when I'm really talking more about the Egyptians. But I know they weren't the only ones with pyramids. So that's why they have these pyramids and death chambers and obsession with death and real life, because this was very that era. But yeah, the pyramids, you access the Akashic records. Okay. But now they hold, like Egypt holds the actual Akashic records, right? That directly plug to this. So you sit there with a council of your guides or the guides, and you watch everything fucking did. And you come up with a plan on how this is going to go. So if this is the first thing you do, it's like once you get through, like this is what's happening here, then this, and and then what you do after. So you make the plan. But if you go this way, you're like, okay, the reason you just went through that, if you don't remember by now, is this is your life. I don't know. It's funny because I drew a bunch of little demons here. I'd have to look at a picture of him to know for sure. But yeah, all the demons, they have different jobs. Some of them like the torture. Some of them feel they deserve the torture and they work in this sector. And some are administrators. I have operations here. This is like the administrative office where, like, imagine if you were in high school and this is where you get your schedule and your classes and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Bueller. It's like Bueller, but just Bueller. This is where you decide. Then what? So you walk in and they're like, all right, so what's your plan for when you leave here? And you're like, I don't know, let's figure it out. And then, okay, I'm ready to take on this journey. And then you either wait here for everyone, or you exit, or be reborn, or you fucking get trapped, or you get access in the garden, go outward, space. And then if you go this way, it's like, what'd you learn compared to what you already experienced? And then here's your schedule. Go. Typically, they know. 4:20 on the time. They know how it goes. So yeah, I'm gonna erase this now. I'll give you a closer upper looker. And I took pictures. I don't know if I'll post them because it's like, what? Out of context, kind of nuts, but this is it. And I gotta stop doing that. I'm about to rip this song because we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes for another 20 seconds. I want to be able to make a 3D model of it so you can see that it lays flat, and when you walk in, you see the form of the body. And you can't see, like, the disco balls all the way around, but it literally is like a fucking ring that hangs, and there's, like, extensions outside of them
But you walk through this and you can see the net, you can see the portal to space, you can see everything. It's all theoretical though. Amen. Like, yeah. I don't know if you could call it flat, but like pretty much. Yes, it's on its back. That's why sex is so tied with sin, but like, no, having premarital sex is not getting you a sentence in fucking hell. They're busy. You have to deal with enough in here, because think about this too. If an inmate goes this way, they may get out and this is where they go. But if an inmate goes this way, they go here before their sentence. It can get dangerous in them woods. A lot of people who get sentences aren't expecting it, and they're very humble, and they go the long way and enjoy life before, and they come out a new person. But those who know what's happening or know the setup and get that they are going to be punished, they tend to go this way because they're like, I'm not going to change. I'm going to keep taking the sentences. I'll be back next century or whatever. And then they go serve their sentence and wreak fucking havoc. That's why it's good to travel in packs. That's why it's smart to wait and fucking be in a group. It's very much like festival style thing, but I think that's where festivals get their inspiration from, or psychedelic culture in general. But again, I don't think people doing psychedelics associate it with death as much as they associate it with life. So, mwah, this was great. Discover all you set out to find. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think so too. That's why it did ruin my life, and it was really terrible. No. Liz, maybe a few, but it's almost too common. Like, I've met a lot of them, but there's none in my remote life. If I come across one, I will let her know that someone's trying to get at her. For sure. Or did you just think I looked like somebody? Where are you at, by the way, in the world? I'm in the US. A lot of the squads, Canada and New Zealand and Australia for some reason. Probably because of my weird hours. If you're comfortable sharing that. Will somebody help you? Yeah, so really? Dang! It is way later than I thought. It's like when you, well, that's the thing. That's why it's like I don't have a schedule, because here we are. Okay, that's checking out. That feels right. That feels like both of y'all were looking for each other almost. Ugh! Where are you? That's worse than anywhere any of us are right now. We're all experiencing winter. Yeah, because you're in Canada, but on the other side. Are you in the Yukon territory, bro? You in Alaska? What's Alaska like this time of year? I don't even know. It's so cold in Alaska. Is that Stephanie Says? Stephanie Says. Speaking of the Velvet Underground, literally all night because Nico. Oh my god, I cannot believe Wisconsin is that fucking cold right now. It's not like I've never experienced winters like that, but I'm definitely glad to be living places that just aren't like that, at least anymore, if not ever at all. So, wow, that was really good. You guys were really patient with me and really receptive to the information.
I literally have never shared that before. Yeah, it's been snowing here for a while, but I'm really happy for myself, for you, for us, for this channel, for this year. Yeah, it felt good to share. It really felt good to share. For what idea? You asked me a question and I thought I could better prepare your answer if I showed you some stuff. Yeah, I feel you. I don't know if you're forcing yourself to walk or you're saying you have to walk, but y'all, we got 20 minutes, but I forgot about my laundry. It's done. I'll be back. 3 minutes. Just like that. Okay, I'm back, y'all, and so much to add to the conversation that's here. And also, I want to read the demons. There's so many. I feel like I was just supposed to have these arranged on the table more than I'm supposed to read them. So maybe we'll just pick and choose which ones, or like I don't know yet because I don't think I can read all of them. I don't know. Might just reshuffle. I think they were out to tell us, so I will list them all off if y'all want to look into them, so you can know like who definitely is working there. And based on how they're laid out, I could probably tell you where they work. So yeah, I'm sorry you have to walk to work tomorrow. It sucks. It's so good for you though. So in the long run, you're always going to be grateful for it, even if you suffer through it in the moment. I have always had a pretty big acceptance of death, and a sense of excitement surrounding it and was always very morbidly curious. And some of my earliest suicidal thoughts were honestly just because I wanted to know. It's very Catholic, so it was like heaven, but like wasn't convinced, wanted to find out real bad. Yeah, so I don't know everything. I haven't seen it all, but I've seen all that. So people think I'm brave when I say the things I say about certain controversial topics, or like, okay, I didn't even tell you guys what happened today. I was just like telling you I was unhinged all morning, but it's so funny. That's weird you say that. We'll discuss purple. Space Bat, when is your birthday? I don't remember your signs. Wait, Polaroid Boy's Virgo, right? A Virgo who don't sleep, and now Jimmy's the Capricorn. I don't remember your sign, Space Bat. Scorpio, also a Virgo. I can't remember. Sag. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Mutable like Virgo, but following Scorpio, so I was like, I got this right sense, but I couldn't remember. So, even if it's hypothetical, right? So people, okay, I'm gonna just, sorry, I'm trying to like read these. Yeah, it is hopeful though. And there is a lot of stuff that everyone does. And that's the thing. Some people get assigned to jobs. I didn't even go into that. Like some people die because they've been promoted to these other jobs where they do the walkthrough and they know when they leave, they're like basically foregoing their human life for at least a while, but they don't get to stand guard of their families and like enjoy the cafe because they'll be working. They like do different jobs. So I have a friend who died heroically but tragically. And when he comes to me, he's like static shock, and he explained like it was after I saw that, but had never like I never drew that or told anyone about that until right now. That y'all heard it here, fucking motherfucking first. That shit happened in November of 2019. I fucking waited for you to gather here, just the handful of us, and whoever might get to the 4 hour and 33333 minute mark in this video. But that was for us. Like that was the first, yeah, maybe first ones to see my visual interpretation. I'm sure other people have had similar views, you know. They're the net, you know, it's like the lifeline. It's like what connects life to death is through the net, the electric blue net that surrounds the whole thing. But when I say static shock, he works the net, and I don't know what that entails or what that means, but he can only visit if it's on his route. And so he'll check in on everybody real quick and then go because he can't just sit there and watch the screens. And you can relay audio messages, but that's why I'll hear him or text as him, but I don't see him very hardly ever. When I do see him, he feels like he's almost like above me alive. Like it's crazy. Crazy. He got a job. And that's not the only job he can do. It's just the only one who's described his job to me, where I've had other friends who have other jobs. I have a friend who like he's kind of my guide, but I think it's his job. Like he became a saint. But not in like the canon way, like we think of, hey, oh, you're 5 p.m. right now, right? Or something like that. We were all like insane hours of the morning, but you're like late afternoon, right? Like you were getting coffee at 7:30 p.m. at one point when we were all like, what time is it? I don't remember where you're at, but I remember that. UK maybe. And were you also a Virgo, or were you the Libra Scorpio? Fall time, or did we just talk about a Libra or something, or am I mixing you up with a different? I think I might be mixing up with Lady Athena or somebody, if that information was not correct. But yeah, it's good to see you. We're doing some pretty intense stuff, demon stuff, karmic connections. You're gonna like this reading, I think. But we haven't actually gotten to the reading yet. We were doing pictures, and isn't the first thing I said Virgo, and now you're saying Libra and Scorpio? So I nailed it. I said
Okay, so I got your location wrong. You're like, no, it's 3 a.m. But I got your signs right. Where I said Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, but I also said UK 7:30. So yeah, okay. Cool. Not bad. I mean, how many people come on a stream in a day? How many fucking screen names do I see, and how many days do you go without seeing me? And I still remember all that. It's fucking nuts. Having photographic memory is literally cheating, though. Like, I'll be the first to tell you, I feel like I shouldn't be as smart as I am, but I am just because I can recall information that I see. It's fucking feels like cheating. Feels like a hack. Feels like how smart am I? But I'm actually an incredible problem solver and I love math. Good at it. Everything. Are you? Well, yeah, because that's the thing. The only other people with lady in their screen name, I think, have been from the UK, so that's probably why. Ooh, okay, so think about the color red. I attribute all of my colors, especially with my bells, which I pretty much always wear bells, like on stream in real life. I like my bells. Love that. Um, all of my bells are different colors, and all the colors represent different things. So black is protection, green is like abundance in a general way, yellow is happiness, pink is love, stuff like that. White might be cleansing or purification, but I don't really do white. And then, rainbows like absorption, attraction. I don't have rainbow bells or white bells, but I was just thinking more colors. Purple is royalty, which means like all about the self, kind of, I think. So all the colors have different interpretations. Blue is definitely like sadness, but therefore healing and emotional intelligence. Not healing, but emotional intelligence. It's okay. But red is healing. I think of red as healing. So if the color red is calling out to you, then maybe you're a healer because you were saying you lose people but also save people. The thing about the healer is they cannot heal everyone, but they can help ease the pain when people are suffering, even if they can't be healed. It depends on what you do. And I think it depends on what happens. Like, the woods are fun, but you better run. Like, fuck, dude. That's why some people spend a long time in the cafe, because technically, if you don't have a sentence, you don't have to walk all the way through in any time span. And the caverns are just endless. They just kind of they open up to you, like your caverns, where you can connect to based on who you, 6 degrees of separation. What caverns are connected to yours, and eventually if you walk and walk and walk, you can get to any cavern because you're doing 6 degrees and you meet people, and but you got to be introduced to someone or know someone who would connect you to different spaces. Yeah, pink is love, so lovely. Purple being royalty is all like kind of like self-involvement and worth, self-worth, and then green is like abundance, money, wealth, stuff like that. Laundry's in the dryer. Death was drawn. Yeah, I might have to call it a night. So fucking tired. Like, it just hit me. I got really tired. And I want to listen to my Nico song on repeat. Oh, and when I was switching my laundry, I was like, damn. Do I have to cover that song? Maybe, yeah, I got your tiredness. Maybe I'm not tired. The other night, I don't know if you were here, but I was just like sitting in the dark and I wasn't doing anything. Like, we were just doing tarot or whatever, and someone was on here that I know, like I met in real life or whatever. like a friend. Well, an acquaintance. Sorry, I can't just be like friend. No. But anyways, I said to like 6 people, just like right now, I was like, oh, I don't think this is a craving, but if one of you is eating cold pizza and maybe dipping it in marinara, I got a very specific taste of that in my mouth, and I bet it slaps and would hit so hard right now. And he was eating Jets, which is like, you know, and said he said it was me, So if you yawned, yeah, you got tired, and it's okay if you gotta go, or if you fall asleep listening. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read Lady's message. That's me. I do it all the time. I don't know why. Yo, it's so funny. Oh, I love that it's pizza day tomorrow. Please tell me you are not in high school and you just get yourself pizza on the day of tomorrow. I turned 18. Okay, well, at least you're 18. So, y'all, I'm like, wait, how old are we in this room? Just checking. Okay, it's cool. I love pizza. I haven't had pizza in a long time. Oh my god, everybody is so young in this chat. I never feel old. I'm sorry. You turds can't make me feel old. I feel so young. I feel like my life's beginning. Who's old? Did you mean you're youngin'? Okay. Yeah. Who owns the old? My old? I don't have any old. What old? Oh my god. Okay, at least you graduated high school, but now you're the youngest in the chat. Oh my god. I'm glad you're with grandparents. Sounds like a better living situation than with you. No, okay, so that's what I was gonna say is like you affirming that you also were getting a similar kind of like script. I call it scripts when it's spirit, like giving the same message over and over again, like, oh, you got the same script. But also it cracks me up because then it's also, oh, I noticed like I yawned and now you say I'm tired, or the pizza thing, or like, Golden Boy said, Boy Writer Austin, but not Golden. And how you said you'll notice things. But there's like, it literally cracks me up because there will be people in my life, like in my real life, that I have to deal with, that I know, that I talk to, that I have like connections with, physical or not, or will be in close range of. And there's like, they will still try to be like, no, what are you talking about? That's not true. Yeah, well, you're wrong. No, I didn't do that. And it's like, bro, okay. Like, I can remote feel 444. Like, I can't remote feel people's eating. Like, I know if you're thinking about me. Promise you. I know what people are thinking about without even fucking knowing who's thinking it. You think if I don't know you, I can't figure out when you're thinking about me or whatever, because people will try to deflect because I'll be very direct about that stuff, where I'll just straight up be like, hey, so you're invasively out of my mind lately. Anything wrong? Or you want to say, no, don't know what you're talking about. Gonna ignore you. Just freak. All right, so we're just going to pretend like I don't do this. Something about 7 Mars bars or something weird. What are Mars bars? It's like I don't think they make Mars bars anymore unless you said you're in Canada. That's what I got. 7 Mars bars. I don't know if that's like close to any of the words that we were thinking, but in that moment when I read that, there's also delay in the chat. So like, what were you thinking when I read it versus when you sent it? Hard to say. But 7 Mars bars. Final answer. Only answer. Final answer. Okay, so when I say that I am tired and want to go, I don't know. Yeah, like tell us. Oh, 71. Oh, how you're approaching me. What? What?
Okay, anyways. Do y'all want the list of all the demons sitting on the table right now? I don't get it, but okay. You asked what you were thinking, and I said 7 Mars bars, and then you never told us what you were actually thinking. I don't get it. So, do you want the list of the demons that most likely run shit down below? And you can look them up later and attach your own identities, or do you want me to just reshuffle and get a few that I'll read out of the book? Because I'm not reading all of these. Well, I guess I could say them out loud. We want to write them down later. It'll be on video. Great. We got Behemoth. I think he is, he makes rounds. He makes labs, make sure nobody's selling too much or aren't on a time crunch, as in having to go serve a sentence or committing crimes. Probation officer. So is Doimus. He's kind of, they're like good cop, bad cop, but not cops and not good and bad. More like trickster and serious. So they kind of patrol everything. Balan, welcoming crew, kind of leads you through the first section, whichever first section you choose. Marivra in the council room, kind of a scribe or a secretary. Ribosol, yeah, it wasn't Buer, it was Ribosol that I drew. He works in the administration's office. He's a fucking stress balls. I see Nidus and Ipis do work in the chambers. They work in the fucking pit. Which is interesting because they are good men, but some good men sort of like honor the work and do feel like they've lived a good life or whatever, or good people, because the demons aren't there 24/7. They leave people hanging for days on end. They get plenty of time off and to roam and do what they want. So some of them don't mind, where like Nibus got a job down there because, one, he's a bit of a creep, kind of like perv himself, but he also really does hate sexual assault. So he's down there basically making sure that punishments are being enforced. And he's like a warden. Whereas Ipis is one of the, with the anecdote of something like getting your kidney pecked out for eternity. You're not boring if you're hanging out with us. Are you talking about demons, lady? Oh, that's like a totally different subject. I'm going to finish what I'm doing. So he's a pecker, where, like, again, he's a good person, but he knows that these are bad people. And so he is delivering justice in the ways that he can to support the victims and survivors of cruel fates, So they're not all just like torture-loving sadists necessarily in hell demons or those who work the channels. Some of them are doing what they think is noble and sort of is. And then the last one that we have for down there is Marichosas. Marichosias, yeah, just a dog. He's kind of a watchdog. And he'll fucking charge at you, and I mean, he hurts. He's like a demon transformer where he looks like the dog, but if he has to if somebody's trying to escape, if they talk back, like, he's a Punisher, so he can fucking really hurt, You can only get hurt in that section. Everything else, it's like not really pain as much as it's annoying or suffer. Like, you can still suffer without pain, is the thing. So sometimes pain avoids suffering. Don't see any other up cards, reverse cards. So Stolas is administration. He's council, actually. I think these are all council. Oh, these are all council. So Beelzebub, that's why there's bugs there. Okay, you're good. That's why there's bugs there. Because Beelzebub is all of the bugs, and it's like having it's not that there's cameras, there's remote viewing, so that it's lower crime, but it's not a guarantee for no crime, right? And there's still an underground in the underworld, so it's not like a perfect system,
And no, and Beelzebub's not an arc, but there's more of a moral code than a set of laws. You know, like rape's pretty much frowned upon across the board. Like there's no reason, really, unless it's part of your sentencing because it's something you did as a human. So there's no out of bounds, like outside of the prison system, essentially. So Beelzebub kind of just goes around, make sure there's nothing going on while still trying to give people privacy, you know? Okay, so this is the council. And we have the Sabbath here. This is just Sundays is the Day of the Dead. It's not a day of rest, it's the Day of the Dead. That's why people say that, because it's like, we'll sleep when I'm dead. You know, rest for the wicked, etc., etc. It's actually just the day God died. The day God created the underworld and created death. The last day, he created heaven, he created earth, he created men, he created women, he created animals and sea, if you know the story of creation. And it happened in 7 days. Seventh day, it's not that he rested, it's that he created death. He created finite, he created lifespan, he created the end on that last day. Sundays are the day of death, and Monday is rebirth. So, the council. Let's do the trees first or the council first? Michael is, yeah, we'll do this. Michael's actually a witch. And I think that's why witches get associated with Satanism a lot, is because their presence is strong, accounted for, and in charge down there. But again, it's not a satanic hell. Satan is a bodyguard. He goes and collects on Earth or takes notes and comes back and is fucking on the prison, and he goes up and down. He basically tends to the criminals that are still alive. He walks freely. Satan's is a buff boy. He's not a bad guy. He's a fucking bodyguard. So Michael is the witch, the head witch in charge, basically. She's the witch on the council. Stolas is like basically Owl from Winnie the Pooh. He's kind of annoying, but he is all about material. They all kind of represent a value, but Stolas is all about the material, whereas Michael is all about the magic, right? Gary's, he's kind of it's not that he's a bastard or a bitch. He's just a little pretentious, I think. You know, like arrogance is, how much arrogance is acceptable. You're known because everyone's got to be represented. He's like king of the toilets and sort of a trash monger, like a Charlie type. You know, like It's Always Sunny. He's sort of a Charlie type, but you know, it's only fair because it's not a sin to commit crimes when you're trying to survive. Like, if you are a billionaire and you steal from a company and you participate in wage theft, you're getting a sentence for that. If you're poor and you need to feed yourself, your kids, your dog, and you steal food because you know that it's morally right to feed and give necessities at any fucking cost for the survival of another living being, you are not getting a sentence for that. You're getting a seat in the cafe for that. You're getting a fucking first drink of a house for making the right moral choice instead of following the fucking laws. He's a bird, so like, he has wings, you know, and bones. So Uranome is there to just, to kind of like keep these pretentious bitches fucking on their feet, on their asses. Where he's like, hey, you're not going to judge people for being trash. You're not going to judge people for living in poverty or, you know, what they did on drugs if they got sober or whatever. So, oh, nice. A bit creature, primal instincts. How much primal instinct is acceptable? Because murder can be a primal instinct, but it's still like not always a good thing. So he's kind of like the how animal can a human be? We got Skunks. I don't know his role. I don't think Skunks is He's an applicant. Skunks is becoming Barbados. Barbados is on the council. The Snot's great. The Snot's great because Barbados is all about nature. Listen to him. He's like, oh yeah, no, you're all school for that. He's making sure that they get punished for the fucking Earth. He was very fucking human at one point. And he was fucking cursed. He was straight places from the devil. He has like a Scottish Irish, but like Barbados. Like, is that in the Caribbean? It's this weird conglomerate hellish accent. It's the only one I feel like I've channeled, but he is of the earth. He is. Oh, if that's what yeah, okay, that makes more sense than what I was describing. He made a bad deal a long time ago and will probably never be human again. But he is for the earth because that was his home and that was his domain. So, crimes against humanity, but crimes against Mother Nature also can be sentenced. It depends. If he's not going to be like, you fucking used a plastic straw, you can't come, you get the sentence. You know, it's not like that. It's more like, you fucking knew. Because some of them are more human. That's the thing. Like, look at Barbados right here. He looks like a person. He was a person. He's still a demon, though. But then this one looks like a fucking... This is the last one. Look at Flavros. I don't remember anything about Flavros either. Self-defense. So he's like attack mode. Was it justified? Ooh, Harborim quits the council, and that's why Skox is trying to take his place, but they want him back, but Alistair is throwing a fit about the council or something like that, so because he doesn't think, Alistair doesn't think that there should be a witch on the council, and of course the witches think there should be more witches on the council, which is probably how I'm getting a spot on the council, quite honestly. Exhausted already. I'm just kidding, I love it. This shit doesn't exhaust me, oddly enough. Yeah, he's okay with trans people. Are you kidding me? Again, it's like, as long as you didn't become trans to be one of those people who uses the, oh, I'm a woman, I'm dressed like a woman, I'm a woman, I'm going to use the women's bathroom, and now I'm going to go rape people in there. That's not like a real trans person, though, is it? That's like the only way to cut, not the only way, but that's the type of crime that like would involve a trans person, is if you use that identity to manipulate others rather than to express yourself. That could be a punishable crime, but not a hefty one. Like, you have to be fucking burning gallons and gallons of gas or floods, and you know what I'm saying? Like, really polluting the earth, not just like being wasteful. If you're super wasteful and ungrateful, you will get tickets, but you won't get a sentence. You know? Where, like, you get tickets to one of the fucking live shows and you're forced to watch it, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I never want to go there. Because if it get any worse, it's going to get worse. I don't see how that's relevant, so no. I'm going to say no. Yeah, it's like channeling or possession. That's, I think, why... I don't know if it totally made sense to me, to be totally honest, but I think if I get what you're saying, I think I do agree that people view heaven and hell as opposites or finite, but really they do, because they coexist, neither one is wholly either. Or totally either. Like, heaven's a questionable place. I don't really know what... Heaven is probably in space. It's like a vacuum. My necklace came off. But hell, like we just discussed, like there's one portion of it that is made for torture, eternal fire, and punishment for fucking serious offenders. So it's like the balance is in itself, where you might consider the cafe to be heaven, where you get to catch up with anyone who's ever lived, you've ever known, and have whatever drinks you want. You don't really feel the effects of anything. Like, you are never hungry, so you can never get full. And, like, taste isn't necessarily the same. And alcohol, you don't really get drunk. But you still know how to be those things, and you still have a good time. Not, like, faking it with one another, but encouraging each other to feel that and let themselves get to that point, just using the placebos. Nice, yeah. And then we all gotta wrap it up. So, oh gosh, we got the trees. It's in the trees. It's coming. When I was a child, running in the night, afraid of what might be, hiding in the dark, hiding in the streets. I don't remember. I just can't deal. The hounds of love are hunting. Sorry, that was so loud. I feel like it was so loud. And here I go. It's coming for me. Help me, darling, help me, please. Take my shoes off and throw them in a lake, and I'll be 2 steps on the water. I don't know what's good for me. I don't know what's good for me. Okay. Anyways, it's like you fucking sing Nico all day or you sing Kate Bush all night. Well, no, you sing Kate Bush all day or sing Nico all night. Okay. Go pee. Oh my god. Or you can wait 15 minutes and I'm going to roll a 3-minute ad. Or be done. Because I am about to bust through these last few demons. These are some of the ones that work in the woods. This is like I think the council set where like there's 1 or 2 spots that open up and fill up. Oh yeah, I've been singing so much. Like I fucking love music. So yeah, like musicals, because we fucks with some musicals around here. But like musical, just music, yes, both ways. So I don't know if this is like limited to. It seems like there are only 25 people fucking running. Hell doesn't sound right? But where do the demons live? There's so many more layers that we haven't even begun. Right? For example, like some of the people we are seeing in administrations have people that have demons that work for them. Sometimes people. So we've got Pickles. He's in the woods. I think he works the exterior of the woods. I feel like he works outside, like patrol. Not patrol like bodyguard, but like he walks around with a clipboard telling me. It's like he's the organizer. Bueller, here he is. Face down, didn't know. He's in the woods. Look at him. Human face, but with all those extremities, he's something you see in the night that you are fucking not expecting to see. Y'all. I don't think I actually started the dryer. Did I start the dryer? I don't think I started the fucking dryer. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not alone. I'm not high. I guess I was trying to rush back to here, put all the clothes in the dryer, and then I went to go hang stuff because I don't dry everything in the dryer. And then I never started the dryer. I just rushed right back to get here. And that was, I don't know, how long ago was that? Like 20 minutes? Whenever our last ad break was like 40 minutes ago, and I just realized, like, it's quiet. I never started the dryer, did I? Yeah. Anyways, there you go. We were LOL. Oh my god. Adremelich, again, they're like these creatures camouflaged, like his peacock feathers look insane. He's very much showy. It's like there's fashion in there. I don't know. Very much showman. Show me what you got. But like forest, whatever. And then Paimon, also in the forest, traveling through. Paimon is a tricky because Paimon's very flashy, but a trickster no less. It's kind of a weird combination. And it's even to be as persnickety as Paimon, but to be so sneaky, mischievous, and trying to trick people. So they go through the wood like, oh, I'm on this long path because they look human, or was human at one point, but made a bad deal. And yeah. Yeah, whatever that means. But yeah, riding a camel, so that makes sense about emergency food. Okay, so Pickles again. I think he has a cabin in the woods. There's probably a lot of cabins in the wood. I figured. I didn't even put the demons away. We didn't really read out the book, but that's okay. I feel like that was really fun and cool and good. This has been one of my favorite streams. So that's gonna be it for tarot tonight. We do have like 10 minutes, I think, before. No, it's okay. I don't usually take a lot of questions during readings, but this was like when we talk about otherworldly stuff, I tend to take more questions, but then I always make time for questions during my streams. So we're gonna be done with tarot. Look, the demons are fucking quiet. They feel so heard. They are always so jumpy when I'm trying to pull them away. I really appreciate that, all of you. So we're done with tarot for the evening. I'm gonna run an ad. I'm gonna start my dryer. Some fucking old ass high on. Old school, old head, old ass fucking high on. Who forgot to start the dryer. And when I come back, we'll chat for a few, but I'm going to be calling it a night real fucking soon. So, if y'all aren't going to bed, go the fuck to bed. That was it for the tarot. Thank you so much. That was my favorite demon reading ever for like way obvious reasons. Mwah. Love y'all. But yeah, I need to go start the laundry, so we're gonna run the ad. Fucking love that question. Will answer when I return because I have an answer for that and all other, So yeah, we'll chat for a few before I sign off.
Dissociating. Okay, I'm back. Not dissociating. I still have this song stuck in my head that I want to go fucking listen to it and also just forget how I have this set up all night. God, why did I even think of that sooner? That's so annoying of me. I'm not even going to explain. I wonder if I'd be less exhausted if I put these back on. No, I'm done with them. You needed them at first. I don't need them now. Okay, where are we? Wow, I missed y'all were really fucking chatting it up. Okay. And do you view Fae fit in the grand scheme of the universe? See in a GIF. Fae, fairy folk. Unseelie? I've never heard Seelie and Unseelie. What does that mean? Not the first ad being the Calvin and Wolf. That's so funny. Prank channels? Oh, the Fae are like the pranksters of the channeling world. Yeah, and I never really understood, like, I don't know how people piss the Fae off so much. Do y'all not like trinkets? Do you know how easy it is to just not get on the Fae's bad side? You just have to create a space for them. It's like so simple and like just have little things. Like it's the same as like with the crows, you know? I wish you would stop saying stuff like that. You're literally just disrupting the flow that you're already a part of to say that you're not a part of it. And it's like, stop. I know we already all discussed how we have friendship issues, and we're not really friends because I don't even know who you are. But you have to stop saying you're too dumb or I'll fucking ban you from my channel. Because if you're dumb, then we're all dumb, and that's not nice to call everybody dumb like that. Polaroid boy gets it. Austin, thank you. Okay, wavelength heard. Amen. It's all a learning process. I wasn't always smart, but I was always wise. See, but sometimes turning them down is backfires. Not you, Jimmy. Okay. I feel like y'all tapped into that combo without me. I feel like I don't even have that much to add. Okay. By the way, if y'all haven't already done this, which a couple of you have, you can now join my website, sign up as a member for free, and with your membership, you can access members-only areas of my website, including a brand new, untouched, unused forum off all other social media networks, which could be cool, people-built, people-based, people-led, people, right? Right, I thought that was the whole thing. I thought that's what the whole stream has been about, was like not going down that route. And then like here we are, like you're not dragging us down with you. Straight up. Come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. I'll keep your negative voice locked the fuck up on punishment with my negative voice. Exactly. That's why I'm so proud of Nico for singing that fucking song. Yep. Beautiful how we all understand each other. Also, that you are the youngest. Naturally, you would know the least. And we're still learning from each other. You brought up a lot of stuff about demons we didn't know. We brought up theoretical answers for things we hadn't considered. You're just the youngest in the chat. It's not a big deal. Just be the baby. It's fine. You don't have to be dumb. You just start saying, I'm young. I don't know. Haven't done it yet. Sorry, I'm young. Sorry, I'm young instead of I'm dumb. Sorry, I didn't know. I'm young. I never heard that because I'm too young to have experienced it yet. I don't know magic that well because I'm young and only at the beginning of my journey. Like, you can say all the same sentences with the word young and it means the same thing, only nicer. We care about each other over here. Sorry. Care about you too. So it's funny because like I brought up my website again. I was like, yo, sign up, become a member. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool. I have to not gotten chat started yet, but I will if no one else does. But keep putting in interjections, buts, blah 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 blah. It's just that time of the month where it starts to get that way. I know you did. Thank you. Yep. So I think I have to cover that song. Okay, we'll talk about that after. Fae. I think all mythical creatures lived at some point in the same way that dinosaurs went extinct. A lot of them went extinct, but a lot of them just went underground. Or they do radiate such high frequencies that we physically can't see them because they move so fast. That's like, yeah. Short answer on Fae. Don't really want to talk about it. I'm too tired to get too into it. I also, if y'all are not already following me on Instagram, I might do a poll for my next stream of like what subject, because we could do mythical creatures, but also we were talking about doing deep dive on dreams. So if you follow my accounts, I got at IllyMilly or at ILMistex. They're different content. The IllyMilly account is tarot, and I don't use it as much. And the new one is my main account, mostly poetry, music, and art. So it's kind of worth following both, but neither one are super. Well, one of them's active more than now, and the other one's not super active at all. So, yeah. So follow those, and then if you sign up on my website and become a member, there is a forum reserved for questions that I will answer in between streams. But if it's a good question, I'll just wait until my next stream to answer it. So if you want to drop any questions in between, like if you think of something that you wanted to ask me, you can leave it in that thread, or you can find a different category and ask anybody to answer back. So y'all sign up for my website. You're gonna regret it later when I don't approve any of your requests because you already had your chance. So you might as well do it now and become a member of my fucking website, and we can get our forum going. Yeah, it was a great morning. Thank you for celebrating with me. I love you all so much. I'm gonna be heading out soon too. We're just chatting for a minute before I go. No more tarot tonight. You can tell by the pink box that I am just chatting. We are 5.5 hours into the stream. So we did a long ass. It wasn't even a tarot reading. We pulled the demons out and we did some cool demon stuff to send it into the underworld. Yada 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 yada. It was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. So yeah, it was awesome. It was so awesome. It felt good to finally say it out loud and feel like confident. And that is why I will say radical shit and talk about conspiracies and all that, because the worst thing they can do to me is kill me, and death's not so bad. And even if you say to yourself, there's worse things than death because you're so all these kinds of torture, I would never call myself untouchable, but I know that there's layers of protection to where even if I were to have to endure those things, I would still never feel them. So it helps me be fearless knowing death is but another journey, and therefore anything in life is temporary hold until we get to that journey. So yeah, I think maybe we'll just all wrap it up right now. I can't take. Let's just go. You know. Me too. Yeah, started from the top, y'all. We started with the demon deck, but it just took like a while. Thank you. It's okay if you were like in your feels or whatever. It was also not everyone's topic.
I think you would chat with us more when we're talking aliens, romance, whatever. But death and demons and the underworld is just simply not everyone's cup of tea. And even if you'll drink the tea, it doesn't mean you know what the fuck's in it. So you're fine. I can't believe you're still here, and thanks for a little nod before we left. Don't worry ever about being quiet. The thing is, I'm the only one who signed up to talk tonight. So whenever anybody adds anything to the chat, to the conversation, y'all want the tea? No, I don't have any tea. Okay, yeah, I'll pack fresh bond. Yeah, I said tea. Are you drinking tea? I made a tea metaphor. Are you drinking tea? Honestly, I wouldn't mind if I made this 8 minutes. Thanks. I should go approve them. I'm excited, and like I said, I haven't actually made any posts in the forum yet, and I get that people probably are looking at an empty forum and all not wanting to make the first post. And I think the descriptions are a bit vague, and I should probably take the lead on that. But I haven't really. I haven't really had the time to. How fun, y'all! Oh, there's like 4 people on here right now. The shit they tell me is creepy. But it's all of you because it's literally everywhere we talked about. Well, almost all of you. That's so fun and cute. I'm up to 10 members. How fun! How fun! Fuck yeah! Thank you guys. Yo, do you stream at all? Sounds good. I think it's the color changing one, right? Like hibiscus when it's hot turns blue instead of pink or whatever. That's probably what you were drinking. Yes, you about the streaming. That was for you. The tea thing was for Jimmy. Wait, we having our smoke, Austin? What's good? Probably Chinese. I don't know why I'm getting that vibe, but rain in general is very tied to Chinese culture. And I feel like a lot of tea comes from China or that area, or at least it did at some point. No, this is like I'm trying to clear this bowl. It's pretty much cash bowl challenge at this point. I'm gonna put a freshie in there. That's so cool. I wish I would game. I really need to watch some other tarot readers on here because, like, I know I'm good at tarot, but I don't think I'm great at Twitch necessarily. But I would love to sit in and chat with some of you. You know what I'm saying? As a viewer, as long as it was like a chat I could get into. I feel like part of the reason I like this is because people come back and see me, but if I'm in a random reader's room, I'm not going to know the other chatters, and so it's not even like a comfort thing, but it's like that community aspect is what I find fun about Twitch. And so I feel like as I'm building my own community, it's hard to just walk in, and probably smart to introduce myself to other people, but it does seem more like, oh, I'm a reader too if I'm just by myself. But if we all mute, like, should we raid someone? Is that what I'm describing? That's like literally what a raid is. That's why they do that. I love that. Should we raid someone? I don't know how long I'll last post stream, if we do, but y'all have to think, is there any tarot readers streaming right now? Is the thing? But we're doing our little smoke stash and stuff, so just maybe see if anybody is. I still like. Can I only access people who are streaming that I follow, or if I go click on the Tato category? I literally mix up words all the time. It's usually a cycle thing where it's not weed, it's not tiredness, it's like where I'm at on my cycle where my brain function is literally low. Okay, so would y'all want to watch me pools, hot tubs, and beaches, bro? Yeah. Duh. The fuck? Holy shit. Okay, this is so cool. Live channels. Ooh, Estefania Mystical looks fucking dope. It doesn't look like she is someone who, oh my god, I can see myself on this page and I'm like leaning into my fucking computer screen being completely unaware of like what I'm doing. Good night. Oh, is my raid taking too long? I'm sorry. Damn, because that first one I'm like I wouldn't be able to understand anything she was saying. But she looks hot and her setup looks sweet and she looks like she's like smoking something. That's tight. Can your Terra stream do this? No, I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm sorry. This is embarrassing of me. That's it. There's just like these 5. Damn. Okay, let's see if we can raid her. Oh, an ad. Oh, okay. Thank you. Also, Austin, are you still with us? I may be a little too high though, so I couldn't tell you. Oh yeah, there's hardly anyone on right now. Fuck yeah. Again, if you go on my website, there's like some options for stuff like that, but I charge a lot to teach tarot, but I can teach you with fucking, yeah, juice. Yeah, I also will fall asleep to like, the thing is, like, I wish I knew more readers on here because I don't actually know the readers I watch on YouTube, but I support the fuck out of them for what they do because I like them. I don't know if I know them, and I don't talk to them, and some of them will write my comments, but it ain't like that. I don't do the lives on there. So it would be really nice if I knew some of the Twitch streamers, and I think people who stream come on here all the time that I just, like, I don't know. I have this, I don't want to say I'm too busy, but it does feel like it's more convenient to play video than watch a stream sometimes where I do want to be interactive, and I think the key is rating, but I fucking stream at weird ass hours, so whenever I'm ending a stream, no one else is starting one, really. And most people aren't fucking streaming right now, so like I don't get that last minute interaction either. Oh my god, she's not live anymore? I'm confused. Oh my god, did she fucking literally end her stream while we were debating on rating her? Yeah, she did. Okay, cool. Cool. So, I'm the only one left on fucking Twitch, Darrow. Me and this guy. We could go raid him if you want. Okay, I can't be a dick because what if anybody ever heard me talk about that? Is that a classic? Oh, yeah. Her ending the stream as we're about to raid. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm missing that aspect of Twitch where I would be meeting other readers, but there's very rarely. Oh, hi everyone. Rating is when you leave one channel. I'm pretty new to Twitch too. I've been streaming for a year. There is, well, okay, I totally get you, and we can always pick someone in music, but I really want to meet other tarot readers, and I'm sorry I got distracted mid-sentence. Seeing it in writing will probably clarify better anyways. I just packed this bong too. It took me all that time. Okay, before we go, and also, am I gonna keep streaming? What the fuck? I have slept for 2 hours. I can't remember what day is days. I hate being awake during the day. You have no idea. If I have to be awake for a morning, it better be in this fashion, and I better be asleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, before it's morning. Like, when people are like, good morning, I'm like, I need daywalkers to be quiet and saying, not before my coffee, by the time I'm going to sleep. Because I can't do daytime. What is that? What is that? Oh my god, why is this fucking thumbnail of my stream me looking like this? Like, I know that's very me, and it's very me in my masculinity. At the end of a fucking 5.5 hour stream, I'm reading something clearly, but oh yeah, I'm very upset. Why are they doing that to me? Twitch, can you call someone? Can you not do that? Brats. Alright. Cheers, but not yet. Yeah, that one guy, this is a rerun, this is like, oh, did they just start Alive? There's no screen. What's going on there? Free reading every stream. Oh, subscribers. Yeah, okay. I don't want my shit to be blasted though. Yeah. All right. Cool. Anyway, I'm sorry that we're all over the place. It's clearly we're 5.5 hours into the stream. At this point, I'm sorry if you're just tuning in and you're looking for a tarot reader because I already put my cards away. I'm not doing any more tarot tonight. Future reference, when you see this big pink box with the wide frame and all the art, it's a pretty good indication that we're just chatting. I'll take any questions you have as long as they're light. Usually at the beginning of the stream, I'll take some heavier hitting questions and it'll kind of lead the night. This is more personal or general beginner type questions. It can be related to tarot, whatever. I'll intuitively answer anything that you wanted to know from tarot cards, but I am done with cards for the night. I love that. It's like a live podcast. I literally did try to go into podcasting, but I kind of briefly brought this up earlier just because I wouldn't fucking be on Spotify. I hate Spotify so much that I wouldn't use Anchor, and I can't do Apple, so I am done with the cards, yeah. I'm 5.5 hours into my stream. We're just chatting. Like I said, if there was something you really wanted to know, I'll intuitively answer it. These people will fucking tell you. There's stuff I just don't even need to be knowing about them that they do. I know when they yawn. I know when they take a bite of food. I know when they take shots. It's whoa, what? I know when you cough. You smoking without me again? Okay, chill. I'm wild. So, if you were really itching for a tarot reading, I'll read you. No, I don't know. I don't listen to podcasts. That's probably why I was so bad at making one. I can recommend a fuck ton of readers that I love on YouTube that, some of them do lives. A lot of them do lives. But I'll listen to their videos, and that's my tarot podcast is just listening to tarot readings. But when you don't, when you watch a replay or a pre-recorded video, it's such a different energy. Yeah, I was talking about you. Okay, Queen Cups Tarot. She's legit. She's Canadian too. She's very real. Boom, boom. Sometimes when I'm streaming, it's almost like we channel the same being because I notice that we will sit the same way, all serious like this. And when I see her do it, I'm like, whoa, she's feeling really fierce. And then I do it, I'm like, whoa, I'm feeling really fierce. Like, who is that? Birth of Venus, I always liked her. She's a Taurus. A lot of the readers that I watch are Tauruses, but I think a lot of tarot readers are Tauruses. Like, Taurus rules the throat, so we say stuff. We're ruled by the heart chakra, so we like know things through love, realize through love, but we say them, we speak them, we deliver messages. High vibrations, Tarot. She's a Taurus. Taurus Talk Tarot. She's a Taurus. Torian T in Tarot, also a Taurus. Literally, like, I don't think it's because I'm watching. Well, it might be because I searched Taurus to get Taurus Zodiac videos, but I feel like even when I used to watch other sign reading, like signs in tarot, I still end up finding all the Taurus readers. Or even ones who don't put Taurus in the name of their channel will come up and they'll say, oh, I'm a Taurus. Like, so many. Allie's Tarot, Leo. It's one of my day one favorites. Scorched Earth Tarot, also Leo. Fucking very witchy. I think a fixed thing too, big, because a lot of Baba Jolie is a Scorpio. Yeah. Yeah. Analytical too, so like analyzing the data that is presented in the cards. I feel like you could be a very, honestly, that's fine if you want to do tarot, but if you're still like, I don't know, mama, I bet you'd be better at fucking astrology because you're a Virgo. I don't know where your other placements are, where like fixed energy is great for tarot, and that's why you said you have a lot of Scorpio placements, so you probably do feel that push. But you being a Virgo, I could see you understanding astrologies in ways that I fucking don't, because you are good at analyzing data and processing information. For the most part, it's a cliche, but I don't know anything about the houses. I can't keep track of transits and sextiles, and I don't want to. I don't want to. I know the zodiac really well. I know the planets, so I'm learning the planets better and better because I want to expand into space. But it's such a different skill set. It's such a different skill set. Like, that's what I'm saying, is tarot is all intuitive. Astrology, it's so funny that your message came through while I was saying that. Astrology is a true skill set. Like, tarot is a gift, but astrology is like, it's like a subject to learn. It's a whole science. It's computing. It's a lot. Memorization. It's like being in school. Tarot is like tapping in, and astrology is interpretation, writing down, documenting. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. But I thought you were saying you were hesitant because you were a Virgo, but oh fuck, I don't even get that, you know. We smoke weed on this channel because Twitch's fucking community guidelines are like, if it's legal where you are, it's legal where we are, where you are, because where you are, it's legal, and therefore, if you're there doing this, then it's legal where we are doing it. And I said, okay, we can smoke weed, and they said yes, in the long way. You guys remember the band Does That Offend You? Yeah. I was just thinking I was gonna say that, like, if that offends you, you can leave. But then I thought about that fucking band. It was like pre-hipster era hipsters. Like, y'all do not understand. It was the culmination of like first gen scene, right? Before the eyeliner and the fucking raccoon tails, it was pearls and polka dots and stripes, right? And a culmination of the scene kids, but also like the artsy kids that were the hipsters, the it girls, you know, the Emojin hip scene combo. Like, it was such an era. How can these kids do mashups and they don't even know who Girl Talk is? if you were not at the fucking MySpace stage at Lollapalooza in 2009, seeing Girl Talk with a balloon in your hand and an ecstasy in your mouth, were you even there? You want to do mashups? Please. Just kidding. His first two mixtapes fucking sucked. But the second of that, oh my god, there was just an era. Yeah, no, I know. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Wait, what's your, do you know, I'm assuming you at least know your big three. I love knowing people's astrology and placements and stuff. Your account as a Aquarius Pisces, last day of Aquarius season. Yeah, and sometimes tarot's good to check in with the self too, because yeah, and you know, whatever. Everybody will help you. We were talking about so many things, but then I started singing that song again, and I brought up music, and we were talking about podcasts. Like this is real chaos hours, but at this point, I'm decompressing and socializing a bit, having been under. You know, I'm integrating back into the human reality, so to speak. It's okay if you pass out or like tap out. Oh, nice. I'm a Scorpio rising too. Like I said, the Libra Scorpio thing obviously stuck out of my mind. What about you, wise man? Or wise card, sorry. What's at least your sun sign? And it's okay, y'all. These are absurdity hours. Like absolute absurdity hours. And we can't even rate anybody. That was so funny how I was like describing exactly what rating is, and then there was like nothing going on. I do feel bad. I feel like I'm blatantly talking shit by being like, oh, there's no one to raid, but there's definitely like 2 people streaming. It's just too hard to tell really what's going on in their streams. And oh, good, my thumbnail changed. I gotta stop sitting like this so it doesn't happen again. I look great. I'm just happy, smiling. Okay. Love that. That's very, very cliche for this stream, to be honest. Scorpio Suns. Yes, we've always had a ton of Pisces on here, but Pisces Moon, very complimentary. Aries Rising, we have an Aries pop through once in a while, but they never really stick around, so we'll see how you do. See, I don't even know what that means. In the 12, like, I don't know the houses at all. I don't. It's not my thing. I got it. Yeah, I'm emotional too. My moon is the transition from Aquarius to Pisces, so you can imagine I'm very cold, analytical, humanitarian, altruistic, daydreaming, kind of lovesick, emotional mess of a baby fool. Like all of it. It's like goes from Aquarius to Pisces, and that's me. I do align way harder with the Aquarian side, though. It's like very obvious to everyone that I have a major Aquarius placement, but deep down, I act like a little fuck. I never understood when I would read descriptions about Pisces, and it wouldn't really match the Pisces I knew, but I'd be like asking my astrologer friends, like, yo, where are my Pisces placements? And they're like, I don't know your Mars. Why you like Pisces so much? I'm like, no, I don't know. I just feel like every time I read something about Pisces, like daydreaming and bugging, living in another reality and making up fucking stories and whatever the fuck, you know, disappearing but reappearing. I don't know. It's just like definitely sometimes there's stuff I read about Pisces or like the way people describe the aesthetic, flowery, you know, like I vibe with this more than Taurus anyways. Not usually more than Aquarius, but I was like, well, what is the Pisces influence in my chart? And then found out my mom gave me the wrong birth time in the 4th grade when I first asked for my birth time. And it was only off by 27 minutes. And that's when the moon transition was during those fucking 27 minutes. It was in Aquarius and then like barely like 0.05 was in Pisces. So literally while she was birthing me, it went from Aquarius to Pisces. So like I am Aquarian moon.
guarantee I saw the clock at 8:02. I have a photographic memory. I have memories from sitting in a car seat when I was 18 months old. I was bald as fuck, very quiet. I woke up from a nap. I was still wearing footy pajamas. It was my first cognizant memory. That's what I'm saying. Some of the aspects, though, it's like, oh my god, you would do that. Like, I would. Ah, and my mom also Pisces moon. Crazy. And I remember just one of my teachers must have been into astrology and looking up all the kids' birth charts, and that's probably why she started being so nice to me after that. But my sister is 1202, and I think at the time my mom, when we both asked, was like, "Oh, you're 1202, you're 802," but it was 829, and then I like just a few months ago, or I think maybe it was last Christmas, probably after that. Thank you, I'm good. You just replied to yourself. Be safe. Oh yeah, no, same. And favorite crystal. Okay. Astrology is the bomb. Sorry I was going on and on about this irrelevant fucking information, but I definitely feel like that's yeah, it says replying to I get it now, I read the conversation, but yeah. I've been there where I even thought, like, yeah, no, I think a lot of us are on the verge of being that, and just praying people give us the chance to not be, right? So, I definitely see tendencies, but definitely more Aquarian in my opinion, but still with those little Pisces tendencies, especially because it's my Mars as well, and so it's like I get really mouthy when I get mad. Mercury and Aries. But if you like, if I'm fighting someone, if I'm gonna fight, I'm sad. I'm upset. I probably cried. I'm hurt. I'm like, why are we fighting? I love this person so much. I'm so upset. I'm devastated. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna cry about it. I'm so sad. Let me write. But my Aries front, that Mercury, is like, but then I'm gonna be like, it's just like, I wish people did like me more. you know. I don't have a favorite crystal, by the way. I've been thinking about it the whole time since you asked. I don't know. I'll show you some I have right now. I've debated on that before. See if I can remember which one's which. Okay, Scorpio Moon's such a fun placement. Okay, but not the same as me because I'm Scorpio rising. Who is this? Yeah, agreed. I love a Scorpio sun, favorite water signs. I'm a Scorpio rising, and a lot of my friends end up being Scorpio risings. Scorpio moons can, depending on my placement, be real cagey, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like even the placements, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I like Scorpios though. I know they get a lot of hate, but if I had a least favorite zodiac sign, I don't even know what it would be anymore. I feel like it definitely changes, and I just go through phases of who I like more than phases of who I don't like. It's almost like you gotta put someone at the bottom. It's like, who is it? Like, I don't know. I'll just put them there because it's like, or like, I feel like I only interact with half the zodiac, all the mutable signs, tons of them. Most the earth signs, but then like cardinals lacking representation, but there's always like Libras around. I don't know. I don't know those. I've taken a Myers-Briggs test so many motherfucking times. You'd think I could remember 4 letters when I'm constantly bragging about my photographic memory, but honestly, I think I put it out of my mind because I just do not give a fuck and I get different letters every time. So I'm like, I don't think this is accurate. I don't think this is who I am. Okay, but based on that description, what do you think my letters are? Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking, like, your opinion of what you think. So I am pretty introverted, but I'm real social and extroverted at the same time. It just goes both ways. I want to say bisexually, but like, not really. Am I writing a song or does that already exist? I just really wish I could make myself work faster physically sometimes with my mind's creativity. I can't believe there's just 8 people, but it's because no one else is fucking streaming right now or whatever. I'm such an asshole. Same. I cannot do a week in bed. Even when I'm sick, I start to get agitated if I'm in bed too much. I can only watch so much X Files, I guess. Like, I get so agitated. That's what I'm saying. I just don't care about it anymore. I wish we had a new system. Maybe I'll make a personality test and put the quiz on my website for members only. If you're not a member already, you should sign up and become one. There's forums that are waiting to be chatted in and a social media platform untapped by any billionaires. I promise. Except maybe Google. You can use Google to sign in. Should we take that out? I thought people would trust it more if you had that option, but then it's like, do we want Google in our business or? Thank you. I should too. But part of the reason I haven't posted is because one, sitting and writing when I'm doing so many other things, it's okay. I'm doing a lot of random things because I'm in ADHD week. I can't say I didn't have time to write when I started making a fucking jazz wand rain stick. So, like, let's just not pretend like I don't have time to write when the writing is more important. It's that my mind is like more fixated on doing things. So I've been fucking, doing more housework, carrying chore, kind of whatever. Yeah, I should actually. Do you think that should be its own discussion thread, or should we just start with poetry and short story? I feel like because there's no posts, it doesn't hurt to keep them in one. But then, like, if there was many posts, would we want them separate? Or just poetry and prose really goes together so well. I've always loved both, and I publish both together. So maybe I'll just extend that. That's the thing. I got so much work to do, but like it is nice to be able to socialize. And it's nice that this is like something I can do from home. That does technically make me money, but it's not a lot, and it does connect me to people that maybe I didn't know. Is the pre-roll going off right now? What is happening? I'm gonna roll an ad, I guess. Is there an ad on right now? Okay, I gotta do it. The timer went out. I don't know. I'm back. Sorry, I had a lot to do in that 3 minutes and totally forgot that I had to do some of it. So, okay, what did I miss? I feel like I always miss a lot. New. Okay. We're talking about my website, not Twitch, for the threads. But okay, I do like your opinion on that though, because right, if there's more saturation in one than the other, then the separation is nice. You don't have to dig through either. The Virgo needs a project. Scorpio is straight angsty, not antsy, but angsty. Rebel without a cause. You can do that. It's yeah, and you can put a picture in your name and what you have on your profile, and yeah, it's fucking cool that I was able to just build this, hoping that they will come, and if not, then they can buy other content and make sure they come. So it's a win-win. There's gonna be more features, but right now I'm just you're not beta testers because it's a fully functional site and Wix knows what they're doing, even if I don't. But like I said, I haven't really been giving the website the love it needs because I've been just a little too busy or completely dysfunctioning. I'm just gonna keep referring back to whatever the fuck. I was getting so mad today. Get this, so I was so mad today. How does this sound? Is this a microphone? This is for my podcast. So, I was fucking so mad today because no, I used to do YouTube, but I cannot explain how. I get that I've been streaming for a year and I'm not making that much money and I don't have that many followers, but my growth on here in 1 year has already surpassed my growth on YouTube in 2. So I probably should have done more lives on YouTube. I probably could go still do it. That's maybe where I messed up, but my lives were so slow that I prioritized Instagram because my Instagram lives were better. I was doing lives on all platforms, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, and I was like, fuck this, just watch it on Instagram. And then, yeah, they're fun. I watch the lives on YouTube sometimes, or replays of them. They are fun, and I think that's how you got to do it. But it's very slow moving, and it's much faster on Twitch. Much faster on Twitch. I have more followers on Twitch than I do on YouTube. And like I said, I've had that YouTube since 3 years, 2020. But then I stopped making YouTube videos when I first started on Twitch, where I was posting my streams, and then I was like, these are going to stay private, and now you can watch all my past streams on Patreon. It's $5 a month to access all of them, which really isn't that bad. It's hours and hours and hours of content. I don't have them all posted, but up until June, from January last year to June this year, so, or you know what I mean, zodiac years. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You edit, you say? No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? I don't know. Okay. Is this a scam bot? No. All right. Okay. It's drama, which is poetry. That's cool. Oh no, my viewership is much higher on here too. Some of my videos that I was posting, there was a few Capricorn videos that got triple-digit views, and the rest of my videos got 3 to 6 views on average, or 12 to 24 views on average, and that's been it. And that was it. The whole 2 years on YouTube.
I get over 100 views on my videos overnight on this. Like I did that happened a few times on YouTube. Like this is absolutely way more user friendly, and they designed it in a way that was for what's best for the viewer, but that's why they take a massive fucking cut over here, and YouTube probably takes just as much, but they make it harder to get, and that's why it's like, fuck it, Twitch, half, I don't give a fuck. Sorry if y'all didn't know that. Cool. Do you stream? I'll just follow anyway. Yeah, YouTube sucks, but I love their music app. Ironic, right? Oh no. What do you mean? Is it green for everyone? Can you hear me? Did you do something? Are you sure it's on your computer? Okay. The screen is nice? What does that mean? What's happening? Everything's fine on my end. Might be a glitch. Like, there's nothing going on. I guess I have to end it? Aww. Okay, what's happening? I'm so confused. Oh, okay. You see, y'all were fucking saying it the weirdest way. Somebody said my screen was green, but I'm like, now I almost feel like I need a block. Who was that? Another gone? What's happening? Kirio was odds. Oh, my bad. I got really paranoid and thought you were a fucking bot. And I was like, yo. I almost just blocked you. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm so like, I am a little prone to paranoia in these, in my premenstrual dysphoria for sure. So when you said the screen is green, I was like, they're trying to hack me, bro. What? Relax. It's just McDonald's Wi-Fi. Jesus Christ. Okay, hello wizard. Thank you for the. I'm not doing tarot tonight, by the way. I see like an influx of people, some new people. This pink box and wide screen where you get to see all the beautiful art that I make means that I am no longer doing any fucking tarot tonight. I did this first 5 hours of this stream, more like the mid 4.5 hours of this stream, about, the underworld descending into death and walking the line while living and connecting to the body of death itself and descending in other planes in the underworld. Okay. This is the perfect time for questions, actually. That's kind of what I was getting at. I'm not doing tarot, but I will take tarot-related or not tarot-related questions. We're chatting about anything at this point. But I do tarot. I do it. Thank you. What's the congrats for? Oh. Yay. Love you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that sucks. And that's why I'm building my own social media platform, going back to that, the Facebook loss, and how it does fucking suck. Okay. Okay. Love that question, but I think I'm not answering it right now because it's not a loaded question, but it's a big one. I think I'm doing a dream special. I don't usually stream on Tuesdays, but I might stream tomorrow just so I can do a dream special, because that would constitute, if you close your eyes, it's probably, if you're really tired, your body might be going to a dreamlike state really quickly. But of course, in that state is when we're vulnerable to receiving messages or getting guidance or being open to these intuitive insights. And so sometimes your body will get tired and try to shut itself down to show you something. So, love the question. That's my vague answer for you, but we're going to do a talk on dreams more next time I stream. I don't know. Something tells me to just stream tomorrow. I kind of have some shit to do, but I'm busier later in the week. So I want to stream more than once a week. But you know what? I honestly like. Because this is a cute question. Because I like it, and I would say like every form of manifestation I use. Okay, I make spell jars, I make potions, I make vision boards, I write in journals, I visualize. I have a photographic memory, so I think I might be a time traveler. I can go back and view documents that I've seen. And so I think that I can see visions of my future, so very much will manifest. Yeah, no, I was literally just telling them that I probably shouldn't be as smart as I am. It's just photographic memory. Polaroid Boy, I think I'm gonna cover that song, just so you know. Even though I want to get away from covers. I think we have to. I have to. If you want to learn the strings, go for it. Oh, I love that. Hell yeah. It'll be on, you'll know it'll be on my website where you can listen to all my music and see some of my fucking art and my pictures. You can even watch this web series I did 3 episodes of that I hope to revive someday, but once again, I'm simply too busy for it. I'm very backed up in work because I only really get like, I don't know, 14 to 17 good days a month where I am an effective working human being, and the other 13 to 16 days are dysfunctional and distracted and lethargic and in pain. So, hell yeah. I want to do originals and I don't want to get caught up in more covers, but I can't stop singing this song, so I think I'm just going to cover it today. It's like, yeah. Exactly. Keeping the faith is a big one too, where I am all about the fucking positive self-talk. It's something I've had to break, and my partner has long time been working with me to cuss less and say less hateful things and to not speak negatively even grammatically, and like it's helped a lot. Like it has really opened me up and changed my life in such a way that I couldn't even begin to describe. But it's also like I can't get that song out of my head, bro. Why? Ah, some people are very kind. It's funny too because I have this bit up here and nobody can probably read it or realize it even says anything, but it's like, of all things, be kind. But I wrote it like before I was obsessed with this. Well, I'm sure I was obsessed with this song in high school, at least briefly, but I do kind of remember walking through a specific field with that on the headphones. What a moment. But a little babbling tonight. Yeah, we were already streaming for 6 hours. You can't really hold me to being my best self right now. Still very entertaining and doing great. Short-lived web series? Is that what we were talking about? I'm backed up in work. You see what I'm saying? It's all jumbled, backed up, overworked, underworked. I'm doing the work of 25 people because of one person trying to run a fucking brand that is too many different personalities with too many different avenues. And my eggs, everyone said, don't put your eggs in one basket. So I was like, all right, I'm going to put my eggs in all these baskets. And everyone's like, ooh, so many baskets. And I'm like, wow, okay, well, it is what it is. At least I have eggs. Yeah. Yeah. So as for the actual, Oh, I didn't even go to bed. Polaroid, go to bed. What are you doing? And I do always want to work together. I can't play instruments and I cannot make music. I am always looking for collabs. That's why Dom gave me some songs, some beats. Even though I hope he doesn't hate me. He's such a sweetie pie, and I think I might be too mean. And I try to tone it back, but sometimes I'm aggressive because I'm pumping with testosterone and PMDD is real. Okay, it is really hard. I just love on the level that allows me to love myself more than anyone has ever loved me. So, oh, gotcha. Yeah, you should listen to Dark Side of the Moon in your bath. Oh my God, way before I was really tapped in. Like, it was, I don't know. I was doing tarot and had some ghost paranormal experiences, and people kind of knew to come to me for theirs, but like it was not an established thing yet. Era of my life where one of my favorite meditations song, honey, my little baby boys, these youngins in the fucking chat. No, I would just a bath of just straight water because like I ended up working at Lush later in life, so now I'm very bougie about my baths. But when I was first learning my spiritual stuff, I feel like is when I just would do a lot of just straight water baths. And then my special baths would be like salt or throwing petals or something in it, not using products. What the heck? Oh yeah, we all need to. I said I was gonna go an hour ago, and then I was like, well, what am I doing? There's just no one else really like doing anything on the fucking tarot category on Twitch right now, so I was like, fuck it, I'm here for the people, bro. I am power to the motherfucking people. You heard it here first. The revolution will not be televised, but it might be streamed. Okay. So, fucking bathe in water, but I would listen to Dark Side of the Moon pretty much most of the time. What do you mean you peaked the channel? Peaked the channel? I don't know which way the hay hit the hay. I never considered spelling it, to be honest. I've only ever said that phrase. So yeah, you should take a bath and listen to Dark Side of the Moon. The whole album. It's not a song. But they do say it in the fucking one of them. I see you on the dark side. Is that Eclipse? No. It's before Eclipse, right? I don't know. Maybe they say it in more than one song. Ooh, we didn't need a crystal bath. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you my crystals. Do I have time to show you my crystals? I sound like old Greg. Stay with me. Like, okay. And my moon. Look at the moon. Okay. My hair got messy in the last like 5 minutes, and I sound insane, and there's like extra viewers here where I'm like, you guys, I promise, as much as I'm wilding out, I am not that unhinged. We are still getting it together here, okay? Yeah. I didn't even tell you on my fashion theme today. Me and my bestie or my partner will like come up with these. Got that mom for my. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Yes, dark, no lights, candle, incense, all that. That's the vibe. Sometimes the vibe is outside the tub. So I was thinking Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. Space Ghost, Coast to Coast was my inspiration. But then we were like, okay, outer space. And then my bestie was like, what about 11:29 p.m. in space? And I was like, I love it. So the outfit I came up with Space Ghost times 11:29 p.m. specifically, all in outer space. This was the fit, you know? You can't see the pants, you know, this was the fit. So I decided that 11:29 in space is basically 4:20 on Earth. So it's 11:29, bruh. in outer space. AM or PM? PM, bro! You gotta keep yourself creative. That's how I manifest. Keep it creative, keep it flexible. I make it really clear what I want my outcome to be, and then I make it really clear that I'm flexible with the idea that if other people do not want me to do those things, or if it is not meant for me, that other avenues will open themselves up to me, and that there are other things that would still make me happy, even if they're not my first choice. Yeah, of course. I missed that part because I was going through the thing. I want to pick 3, by the way. And it was really, yeah, wise man. Can I call you that? I didn't get the Capricorn. I don't know your pronouns. I keep forgetting to ask people their pronouns so I don't make assumptions. Hope wise man's cool, regardless of your gender and stuff. But yeah, pull right. I picked 3. You know, it would be so niche right now if you listen to Dark Side of the Moon, but the Flaming Lips, White Dwarfs, Henry Rollins, fucking. Oh, okay, so I cannot call you wise man. Wise Diana. I like it. Wise Die instead of wise guy. Can I call you wise die? Sorry, Abed, but looks like Britta. I'm sorry, yeah, too much sometimes. Go to bed. Everybody needs to go to bed, actually. We're going to be cutting it so soon because I literally said that an hour ago, but y'all are good. Y'all are, like, really fun. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I don't really do spell jars on here. Come to find out, I don't remember where the book I put them. I did remember. Alright, yeah, this is a good fucking lineup, too. So, I really love particular crystals. I think things that stand out to me, like labradorite, will always be one of my favorite of the classics because that sheen and shine with the rainbow and like the natural green. Thank you, Ophi, for the follow. Labradorite definitely for my most like my top. No, I'm not doing tarot anymore. Sorry, I'm like 6.5 hours into the stream. You probably did. I do a bunch of random stuff. I usually do spell mugs, really, or bowls and stuff, but I have one spell jar that I honestly should know where it is, but maybe don't, but maybe that's the point. Not sure. Anyways, labradorite up there, but then there's just like random stones, like quantum quartz, where there's like they come out in these very angular cuts. Like they grow in a way that when they break, they are they're like pyramids without the tops, you know? Because that's just the way they break, because all quartz has those like slits in them, and this quantum quartz, the slits are this way instead of this way, because most quartz grow like this and they grow like this, or something like that. So they look really cool. And then there's like, can't remember the name of it, but there's this clear stone magnet something, and it magnifies. I can't. It's not calcite, but it's similar to calcite. But if it literally will magnify, and it comes in these like little bricks usually, because again it breaks where the patterns break. Wild lace, crazy lace agate is the most beautiful varieties of stones that I've seen, because no 2 pieces of crazy lace agate look the same, because that's why it's called crazy lace, because it's the same lace pattern, but the color scheme, it's like every color on earth in crazy lace agate. So you might get a piece that's all like sunset earth tones, but you might also get a piece that's more vibrant warm tones. Like, it's just insane, and the patterns are so cool, but the colors, it looks like little sunset scapes in each one. Yeah, those are just some that come to mind. I've always liked not chrysanthem, there's like something like lotusite, but it's more purple, and then the chrysalis, something like that, where it's like that turquoise color is like my favorite color. Um, it's good because I help you find yourself, but I'm sorry you feel disconnected. Um, So in this box, I have this like resin pour fucking skull that I made for Hunger Games for Kids Easter Edition 2021. 2020. 2021. I have this piece of moss agate, which I wouldn't go for a moss agate, but it's the shape of a moon, so I liked it a lot. This is some kind of quartz, but like I said, I just every time I'm okay. Being April, my birthstone's technically diamond or quartz, and so I feel like I've never really been into just plain quartz. But if I'm around quartz, I like it. I do like quartz a lot. I think I'll always be covered in quartz in some sense. But I've always been more drawn to selenite for its almost like opalescent white, and the way it splinters and breaks is so cool. Whereas I've never really liked kyanite that much. You know what I'm saying? But quartz does something for me. So this is some kind of quartz, but I just don't really remember what. It looks like there's rainbow. It's not a rainbow quartz. That doesn't sound right, but I don't remember where I bought this. Was this from that fucking Reiki shop? I don't know. I don't remember what that one is. I think it's new-ish. This, I think, when I was on a walk with my best friend, she's like 2. We picked up rocks. That's what this one is. This was, I think, something random I got at a fucking head shop in Ohio. Because I don't recognize this. No, I think this was from the same lady, just recent. The same time I got this, I think I got this one. So I also don't remember the name of this one. But now that I'm holding them, like, I remember the shape. Sometimes I pick out stones based on how they feel in my hand, right? And not what they do or what they look like. It wasn't either one of those. Oh, speaking of rose quartz, who doesn't need a heart-shaped rose quartz? Literally, like a fucking rose quartz heart. You know? And this, I don't remember what this one is either. My niece picked this out, my best friend. Yeah, and I got a piece for her and for me and her mom because I thought it was so cool. Don't remember what it is. You can't see any of the details on this fucking camera with this lighting right now, but it's like striped the whole way up, but it's like in rock. It's not polished. It's very cool raw piece. And then I have some little ones that you probably won't be able to see. This looks like serpentine. Maybe that's not how you say it. No, it is serpentine, I think. That's what it is. I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's serpentine something else. It might be thinking turpentine, serpentine. I feel like that's how I remembered it for some reason. But yeah, just like basic plain green, but like white to yellow etchings. This is smoky quartz. This is just like a tiny little piece of smoky quartz. You can tell because it's almost brown. Whereas this one, just because it has the etchings like a smoky quartz would have, it's something I've never seen before. It's like not halo quartz, but not Hoots, that's Eugene. It started with an H. She had a handwritten sign, so it's like I think it's probably just a really nice piece of clear quartz, like you said, but it had some kind of name to it. This I don't know. I buy rare stones when I see them. That's why it's like my favorites are not necessarily the ones that I have on me right now. I have like fucking 70 plus stones stored away because I just like don't always have a place to put a bunch of fucking stones. They're just in a bag. And these are newer additions to the collection. See, and this marking is what's getting me. I think it's like there's rainbow. Yeah, there's like so much rainbow on this one, but that diamond figurine in the quartz right there. Look at that. But it also just felt really good in my hands. So yeah, that one's. I actually think this one needs to stay with me for a little while. Thank you for wanting to see my stones. That helped. You can go in now. I have to cover that song. I get songs stuck in my head, but I don't necessarily just want to cover them because they're stuck in my head. But this is excessive. We dissected it. We talked about it. We looked it up. We sang it together. We listened to it together. We cried together. Like we talked. We honored Miko about it. Like I don't know what else to do other than just cover that song. Why else is it just never gonna leave my mind? Not ideal to have to cover a Bob Dylan song though. What are you talking about? Holy shit. Is Aura Course real? I thought that was something with the coating on it. How did I miss so much of the chat? Oh, because I was looking at the rocks. Go for the feeler if it makes me feel different is very accurate. What was? Serpentine was the Mesoamerican currency. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think you both were trying to go, and now you're the only two talking to me. But is gone. Yeah, we all need to go to bed, y'all. We really do. So this is so fun. I'm not even trying to plug myself so much. I did a lot tonight, but it was fun, and it's good to like, say nice things about yourself. But for real, if you do follow me on Instagram, you'll know when I'm gonna stream. I usually will during the day be like, I'll stream tonight, and then post when I'm streaming, so that you don't just like stumble upon me if you want to actually catch a stream. But then I will probably do a poll, start going back to polls if you want to participate in them about which topics we're going to tackle and when. So next stream sounds like it'll be dreams. I think everybody on here already signed up for the website, and I doubt anybody watching a replay would get to 6.5 hours. So at this point, don't forget to check out my merch right on my Twitch page, by the way. If you just scroll down, I forgot about it. There's it's not the same merch as on my website. It's the OG merch that I made when I first launched my tarot business full time, at the beginning of 2020. So you can check that out. And sorry, I'm opening my Twitch. I closed my browser, forgetting that I needed this still. Naked Alien merch, yeah. You get it. You know, it's me still, right? So, yeah. I'm about to roll ads, but it's over. I'm just getting oh, yeah, I'll type them. I was saying them out loud, but I realized it's like, not. I have two. So at IL Miss Tex is like it's not my personal account because it's all business, baby. But it's like music, poetry, writing, and art. Whereas the at Millie account, which is the same as my Twitch handle, is it's all my old tarot streams and more tarot related content, um, which was a former personal account, I guess. So I don't use either one a ton, but the Illness Sex is more active. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, and then because I wish there was a way that I could update Twitch when I feel like it without committing to a fucking schedule because I'm not. The whole point of me doing this is to not be on a schedule. It's when I need it. But we're going to come back and talk dreams after we all sleep. Don't know if it'll be today, but I'm hoping. So if you catch me on Instagram, you'll know if it's today, tomorrow, or next week. I love you all so much. Thank you for sticking with me to the end. This was a little ridiculous. I'm playing ads and we're going to bed. So, sweet dreams. We'll catch up and discuss them and interpret them at a later time.
Okay, and I'm just coming back to the stream to say sorry for making you watch ads, thinking you might get tarot at the end, because it is in fact over. Last call was an hour ago, so it's the whole you can probably already be home, so no need to stay here. Good night and good luck.